And hello everyone, welcome to my Thursday event. Looks like we've got some newcomers today who are willing to test their mettle, which is exciting. We have Paladin and we have Leonero, who I believe is insignificant. That is insignificant. A newer member of the server as well. But we've got some old veterans and some regulars as well, so very exciting lineup for today. So the first fight was supposed to be Landsknecht against Venator, but Venator said he will be late, so we'll skip his fight as much as we can, as promised. And unfortunately for Insignificance, he does have a tough opponent right in the opening for round one against Oak. So that's going to be a tough one, but I think at some point you got to fight a really good veteran, so I do hope he at least learns some things from this fight. Maybe so mean. I think he's significant. Yeah. A bit of the short end of the stick with that matchup, but it's bound to happen to somebody. We got a lot of tough competition, just in general in these events. It's not just this one. Yeah, I'll be in the commentator channel. Don't worry about that. Yeah. All right. So go ahead and join the parsec. I'll provide the link. Oak just joined automatically. Yeah, there's the link there. So just let me know when you join, and we'll get started. I'll get the names sorted out. Just FYI, Oak, Insignificance does want to fight on the left side, so if you could just give him the left side for all the rounds, that would be wonderful. Just because he's newer to the game and he specifically requested that, I'll let him do it this once, but obviously, as he said when we were chatting, it'll be good to get used to the right side, so I'm sure he'll be more open to trying it next time. I think he's a keyboard player, so you got to keep that in mind as well. 1 minute? Yeah, no worries. After it'll be Paladin versus 3C. These two are both relatively new, although 3C has been with us for longer. So I'm really curious to see how that fight will play out. I haven't seen Paladin fight at all. In fact, I think he literally just joined the matchmaking voice chat. So yeah, very new, at least to PvP on this server. So, but sometimes people who are new to the game can really surprise us. So you never know sometimes. Just joined today. Well, welcome to the server. Hope you have a blast this tournament and that you continue to improve. Even if you have some struggles against such tough competition, definitely hope that you take something from it and that you continue to have fun, because that's what it's about. Okay, nice. Oak is on. Insignificance is on. I assume you're on keyboard, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's why the sides were important. Nice, yeah, that saber chain there. Okay, so just to review the rules, it'll be 7 flags, and we'll turn this off, don't worry about that. The retro mode. It's fun, but for this event, we will just use the base game. 7 flags, and it's a best of 3 fight. On keyboard? Yeah, you've got keyboard, so you're good to go. And go ahead, take the left side. Oak will be on the right. Can barely remember how regular mode works now. It's been so long. Yeah, I've been experimenting with other modes, but going back to the base game now. Oak is considering Isabella, insignificant Gideon, which isn't surprising. Well, if you're from Europe, it is going to be a bit high, but as long as your connection is stable, I would not be concerned about it. That's really the key. As long as you're not lagging a lot and it's just a little bit delayed, you should perform just fine. Goes for the thrust and actually wins that trade. That can be a powerful thrust sometimes. Insignificant's winning the first flag. He has warmed up with some sparring, so he does have that advantage. I think Oak did too, but he had to leave at some point. Oak obviously known as an absolute demon with Laszlo, but he's recently switched to Isabella. And his Isabella is just as good, I would say. Just because he's so good at the game and he's picked up Isabella's moves really easily. Because she's a pretty straightforward character to get into. The difficulty comes with mastering her, but he still plays to the fundamentals of the game, so does a good job showing us just how strong Isabella remains, even though she may not be at the absolute top of the tier list the way she used to be. It's 3 for Oak. Initially in the opening there, it didn't go so well. He got stabbed, but quickly the experience is starting to take control, but Insignificance did score a flag right back. Gideon is still pretty dangerous if you're not careful. He packs a punch, he's got good HP. Definitely a powerful character that Insignificance has picked, but he obviously does have a vulnerable guard. So he does pay for those advantages with that. Good footsies, I would say, for Gideon too. He moves pretty nimbly. Physics are more fucky. I think on this version the physics are cleaner actually, but keep the same sides, by the way, guys. Obviously Oak won the first one. Keep the same sides. You don't need to switch. Oak is from Russia, actually. He's not from North America, so it's not about ping. Pardon my French. Yeah, no worries. This channel is not monetized, so I'm not afraid to swear or anything like that. It won't be monetized for some time, I'm sure. That's fine. I'm not in it for that. And even if it was monetized, it would make, like, no money, so... I'd have to start getting, like, hundreds of thousands of subscribers to start thinking about money in any serious capacity with how terrible the... Well, even for YouTubers like that, the ad revenue can be pretty terrible, so... Even that would likely not be enough on its own. Especially if I'm not posting, like, every day or something like that. Okay, thrust attempt there. High guard cut lands. Another high guard cut. Yeah, and Oak is just playing to the fundamentals of the game. Very simple Isabella, but sometimes simple is how you do it. Hellish Quart is a big game. Fighting game would be wild. It would be. It absolutely would be, and one can dream about that, but realistically speaking, probably not happening. Snap cut. Beautiful from Oak. And Oak takes it. I feel like Right of Way would not be the standard competitive mode if it was, hypothetically. Like some serious competitive game. But yeah, that would be hilarious if it was for some reason. And then there'd be so much controversy because that mode is broken at the moment. But anyway, we're not using it, so it makes no difference. If anyone wants to commentate with me, by the way, feel free to hop on in. More than happy to do it on my own, but always welcome, whether it's Tao, Oak, or anyone who's available. If you guys want to commentate, feel free to hop in. 3C against Paladin now. So this is a fight I'm really curious to see what Paladin can do, what characters he likes. I'll just reply to him. I can't ping him for some reason. I assume that's him right there. Nice. Yep, definitely. All right. Okay, 3C is here as well. I think they're both NA players, so this should work very well as far as connection. All right, 3C will take the left to start us off, and Paladin will take the right. Hope you don't mind them spelling Paladin properly, just for ease of typing it out. That's you? Beautiful. If you need, like, keyboard or something, let me know as well. Excellent, okay, they're controllers. We see a Marie here. A lot of new players like the Rapiers, I've noticed. A lot of new Marie players. Oh no, 3C went with Marie. Interesting. Okay. I haven't seen 3C use Rapiers before. So Paladin sticking to his roots. This makes more sense for his name too, going with Zera. If there's any Paladin character in the game, it's definitely Zera. So, love the pick there. Still, 3C going for Marie. This is a tough matchup too. I'm assuming they did some sparring with each other before this as well. Is there any good matchup for Marie? Maybe against Calc. Calc actually kind of struggles with her. But it's not about Calc being weaker, it's just a matchup thing. Overall, Calc is definitely the tougher character. Just when it comes to most matchups. Good stab there from 3C. Yeah, Marto's a debatable one, but we have seen Marie do well there before. That is true. Okay, we're getting a couple FPS drops. I'll try restarting the game after this. They're not affecting the fight very much, but still would rather address that problem if we can. That's not lag, that's just the game being stupid. I think actually after this round too, not even after the fight, we'll see what we can do. I haven't messed with the settings at all, so I'm not sure what would cause that, but at least it's mostly stable. It's like a handful of times it just drops. Would never have happened if you played right away. Yeah, let's see if we can address that after this fight. Sorry about that, guys. I know it's annoying to play through. I see it too. It's not just you guys. Google needs to fix that. But I have to say, 3C's experience is showing here, despite the matchup not being in his favor, I would say. He's playing a very good Marie. The thrust from there, nice counter, that big slash finishing it off by Paladin. Kubel needs to fix so many things. Yeah, this is one of them that's plagued the game for so long, and there's really no good reason for it, but at least if you ask me, but really he needs to optimize the game is what he needs to do, if you ask me, but I'm not a developer, so I won't claim to know the best solution to all the problems the game has, but yeah, that was interesting. Actually, a very close fight now. I'm surprised that Blade Beat didn't hit Marie there. That was a nice try. That false edge cut right after the stab was beautifully done by Paladin, and we're actually seeing some advanced tactics here of Zera by Paladin. He definitely knows some of the combos. Trick shots are a fundamental samurai technique. Kind of garbage and comes. Yeah, Unity is. That is true. Three C needs one more. This is proving to be a really close fight. Big slash there, nice. From Paladin. This is gonna be the last flag no matter what happens. These two have been fighting very well. High guard by Paladin, goes for the thrust. There's a lunge there by 3C, but no kill. Hit the arm. Big stab, and the cut finishes it off. Nice combination by 3C, very close fight. Just 1 second, guys. I'm going to restart the game, and then we'll switch sides. I'll punch the names in, too. I think that's all we've got to do. Maybe I can double check if I'm downloading something, or if there's anything I can close. Yeah, I'm not downloading anything, so let's just try restarting the game. Destructible environments, imagine. Right, I think we're good. I don't think I'll have to play with the settings, but we'll double check. So just Paladin go on the left, 3C on the right. Sorry for the restart. Just wanted to see if that would fix the FPS issues. It could also be the samurai skins. I might have to delete them from the game. Because sometimes the mods cause some slight issues. There's something wrong? Yeah, Paladin's on the left. We're switching sides for this one. Yeah, Paladin's showing a solid Zera, I have to say. Okay, let's see how this goes. That looks better so far. Oh, 153. Then it goes back. Okay. Interesting. Alright, well, it looks better so far. Let me know if that was an improvement too, guys. Okay, I think it's the same. Alright, we'll figure it out. Yeah, I don't know what's causing that, but that's the next thing I'll try after this fight. Again, it really is slight. Like, we've had worse before. It's not really affecting the fight that much, but especially for the EU players. I mean, the American players might not be feeling it as much, but for the EU players, I would definitely like to get rid of that if we can. So I think what I'll do is I'll go into the files and just get rid of the samurai skins. Because the mods in this game can sometimes really mess with the optimization, so... Not exactly sure why they would. Okay, a pause. Hopefully everything's good. Just long guard when you guys are ready. Flick the long guard. Maybe 3C had to deal with something. A bit better? Cool. Yeah, I'm glad it's at least an improvement, but I think there's another thing we can do to just get rid of it. Yeah, no problem. 3C does have kids in the house, so that could have been a lot of things. So, no problem. That was a good stab by 3C. Anyway, I won't dwell on the FPS any longer. We'll just see if we can get rid of it completely. By removing the samurai skins, since we don't need them at the moment. But this round is looking very good, the 165. And 3C taking another flag there. Yeah, scans the streaming access, exactly. Yeah, no kidding. Big splashes there, gets a kill eventually there. That first one not quite landing, but the Paladin kept going, seeing the advantage. And another even round so far. Big thrust there by Paladin. Paladin needs 2 more. If you guys could be a little bit patient after this round, assuming we still have to keep fighting and Paladin takes this one, I'll just quickly delete those samurai files if we need to in the middle of the fight. Or I'll just move them to another folder, whatever I need to do. I think I already did that, so I think I just need to delete them. Yeah, I think I already have them in a storage, so I'll just double check that. Paladin with high guard goes to long guard. He definitely knows about long guard too. I think somebody taught him about that. Or he learned that from the tutorial. Nice, and Paladin takes this round. So making it 1-1. In just 1 second, guys, I'll get into the files and see what I can do about that. It won't be that long. You guys won't be able to see it on the stream, but I am going in right now and dealing with that. And I'll have to restart the game again, of course, for that to take effect. So that won't take long. There we go. And it's all in the files to begin with, so that's good. Alright, let's restart one more time. If that doesn't fix it, I'm not sure what will. Beyond messing with the settings. But that'll be the nuclear option, if you will. I shouldn't have to, though, because my PC is more than capable of running this game, and usually has no issues, so... I imagine it's the mods, but we'll make sure of that. We'll switch sides as well, by the way. Just one moment. I just want to see if I actually deleted them. Real quick here, I'll just go bar bash or something and check. It won't take long. Oh, what? It's still there. Seriously? Okay, one moment. I went into streaming assets and got rid of it, so let's figure this out. Here we go, maybe that's why. Just delete them like that. Alright, that should have done it. Let's do it one more time. Maybe a reboot? Yeah, that can always be helpful as well. Again, sorry about the wait, guys. I appreciate your patience. Once we're past these technical problems, it'll go very smoothly. This is a relatively small double elimination, so it won't be that long once we get this sorted out. Right, it usually does not. This is... Alright, I think we did it. That's good. Okay, did I change the sides? 1 second. Alright, I'll just switch the names around. We'll get right back into the fight. Alright, let's do it. It is rare, yeah. It just often happens with updates and stuff. Sometimes the FPS gets messed up, or the mods mess them up. 3C on the left, Paladin on the right. The thing with the mods too, it's kind of weird how inconsistent it is too, because sometimes it depends on the map as well, or some other factors. There's a lot of stuff that sort of adds to the stress in the system. But anyway, that is instantly looking better, so that's good. I think that's what it is. Yeah, I'm not seeing any fluctuations except literally right at the beginning, which is to be expected, so I think we're golden. 20 FPS difference might not seem like that much, but it really, really adds up. It means the difference between the game going slow-mo out of nowhere and the game just running at full speed, so... Should be pretty much 165 the whole time. You know, if it dips to 164 occasionally, it's fine. But if it goes beyond that, there's an issue somewhere. Alright, glad we sorted that out. Big slash there from Paladin. He's doing a good job against a really tough character for a lot of new players to fight. And I'd say it's a pretty tough matchup for Zera too, unless you know what moves you're supposed to be using. Big flash there, but gets cut. goes in for a cut to the hand. I really like the shots that Paladin's picking. I can tell he's trying to get around the shield, not just sort of striking the shield and hoping something will get past, so really good to see from him. It's still a tough matchup, and 3C is using his main at the moment, so nice switch up there. Goes for the B cut, then the A cut, taking the hand straight off. I like that Paladin did that. He didn't just swing once, he tried from the other side when the first attack failed. Thrust attempt, that was a good try, but gets countered this time. And this is proving to be just as close as the previous fight, actually. Although 3C does have an advantage. Worth noting, 3C also did take a hiatus, so he's a little bit rusty, although he has been more active lately. Which is good to see. 3C does need one more. Goes for the dash and thrust, but long guard stops it. And the X slash breaks through the guard, but it was... What happened there was the shield and the sword blocked Zera's attack partially. So it kind of took the sting of that out of that move. So normally that would have just been an instant kill. But they sort of absorbed some of the force of that blow. So that's what allowed 3C to survive that. If Paladin found some sort of follow-up after that, maybe it would have still worked in his favor, but that can be tough, because I think that move has a lot of recovery, so... Still, very good effort by Paladin against an opponent that's more experienced, and GG's to both of you. That was a good fight. Yeah, you did great, Paladin. I like some of those moves you were picking in that matchup. And the rest of it really comes with practice, even if that means losing a bunch. I find, at least certainly I found when I was new, way back in the day, that was how I learned the best. Just learning from my mistakes, seeing what was working, what wasn't, and building my style off of that. You need Steam. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's double elimination. Just a reminder to people who are newer that you have two chances because it is double elimination, not just the single elimination. And you actually do get a shot at the finals if you manage to claw your way back, so not all hope is lost. It is just a tough road to get to that point. And that's where double elimination gets really interesting, when somebody is taken out early, brought down to the loser's bracket, but then they climb their way back to the top. We've seen it happen before, so yeah, good luck with that. Showing some promise for Zera, so it's definitely not out of reach. Just waiting for both Venator and Lanchknecht to join. And yeah, apologize for the... Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to join. And yeah, apologies for the delay in your match too. I just had to make sure that I got rid of the... Can't join in Steam. You can join the Parsec link. That link was for Venator. Yeah, just use Parsec. If the link died, you can use this one. Venator's joining through Steam, so that might be, if you're trying to click the link, that's probably why. The Venator's trying to join through that link. Also, a really strange quirk. I don't think you guys can see it on the stream because I have the game capture screen in front of everything, but I have the third controller on Steam Remote, not the first one, which is not usually how it works. I don't know why, but just a weird thing with that. Maybe it's previously recognized some other controllers I have. I do have a PS5 controller as well. It's not with me at the moment, but I have plugged it in before, so who knows? Well, you guys are using the same link. That's why. Okay. Yeah, so that's why I pinged Venator. Let me just cancel that link. I think it's kaput, as the Germans would say. Yeah, I'll send another. It's not a big deal. I can let you in through Steam as well, Lanch Connect, if we encounter further technical issues, but we'll try Parsec with you for now. It's not working. Yeah, maybe Steam is just busted. I don't know. Would you be able to at least try Parsec? And if it doesn't work, we'll work from there. It could literally just be a Steam issue, because the Steam servers have been having some issues lately. I was actually talking with the developer of Death Duel VR, um, who uses essentially an integrated version of Steam Remote in the game, and apparently it's pretty common for the servers to just shit the bed. And it leads to a lot of issues on the base game. So they want to transition to local servers, but or not local servers, but like native multiplayer. But yeah, that is theoretically something Kubel could do. He could include like some kind of Steam remote server browser. The only issue that I really foresee with that is just that Steam remote is a bit suboptimal, so people would encounter all kinds of issues. We tend to find that Steam remote does work, and sometimes as an alternative to Parsec, it's good to have in your back pocket, but often the connection is inferior to Parsec. All right, they're both here now. Let's see if it works for Venator. Lanchneck will take the left side. And Venator will be on the right. Lanchneck should have keyboard, but let me double check that. Yeah. I might also have to restart the game, so I'll just preemptively do that because it sounds like we're having, or it seems like we're having an issue at the moment. Because Steam sometimes interferes with the inputs in Parsec, so I think we just need to restart. Former HEMA fighters, so you know a few things. It definitely shows. Yeah. And Zera, of course, he does a really weird version of German longsword, but it is German longsword. Lichtenauer, I believe, specifically. So, although it's a very strange version, HEMA would definitely still translate well to using him, especially if you're familiar with that particular style. Landsknecht on the left, Venator on the right. He says he's in, but I don't see it connecting. I don't know what's going on. Because I restarted. Maybe I'll reset the gamepads. We don't usually get this many technical issues. This is taking me back to 2021, 2022, when technical issues were just a thing that plagued every event without fail because we were figuring stuff out. But sometimes you get a little bit of bad luck. At least it's not internet stuff. It's more the game and Steam, actually, is what we also had. Crap the bed. But those two things are not catastrophic the way that an internet issue would be, so that's good. Let's see if Venator is able to play. Yeah, I think he's good to go. Stabbing at the hand there. Crisscross by Lanchneck. This could be a tough matchup, actually, for Tarnowski, the character that Lanchneck is playing. He has these big, wide, powerful swings, but Jan is a lot more measured, with a bit more reach. More nimble character, but if the fight, for whatever reason, does get messy, it will typically be Tarnowski's win, so he does want to make the fight chaotic, I would say. It's interesting, we got a brief FPS drop when they killed each other, but that's an acceptable moment for that to happen, so it is what it is. I think that's just the game being funny. In that brief moment. Probably a physics explosion or something, knowing how these games tend to work. But beyond that, we're not seeing any issues. Double. Funny red you like using. Yeah, that's his favorite skin, actually. Just so happens you've landed on that same skin. So Venator scored a flag. He's playing this very tactically. There's a corkscrew. Landing another one. Lanchneck goes in there, trying to cause, again, some chaos, but maybe a bit too wild. Venator stabs him there, so he pays for that. But there's a kill for Lanchneck right off the bat. And these are two veterans of the server, I would say. Lanchneck has been with us for a very long time at this point. And his Tarnowski is the one of the best on the server, if not the best, so. Then you got Venator, who's hosted events since like 2022. He's been with us for a very long time. Even before he started hosting events, he was on the server, so. A lot of experience under his belt. Known primarily for Isabella, but he's wanting to switch characters lately, so he's going with Jan. There's the X-Flash there. Venator picking Lanchneck apart as Lanchneck keeps trying to chase him to get those big swings to land. But Venator's not exposing himself any more than he needs to. Now, Lanchneck in general... Lanchneck, I was going to talk about Lanchneck as if he was the character. But Tarnowski in general is a very high-risk, high-reward type character, so... You do have to kind of swing wildly at the right time to make him work. His timing, however, is very different to most characters, so it's very tricky to deal with. Big swing there. And Venator's doing a lot of taunting, which is interesting. I don't think Lanchneck's really falling for it. Big swings from Lanchneck. That nice low-cut combo. A bit out of measure from Venator, but he is slowly but surely picking Lanchneck apart. Not taking any unnecessary risks here. Yeah, exactly. You can never trade with Tarnowski, so you have to be very precise. That's what Venator's doing here. With Barbash, it's kind of similar, but Barbash at least can do very well up close, so he's not necessarily afraid of being close to Tarnowski. He does need to step aside when he sees those wild swings, but if he beats Tarnowski to the punch, he can kind of just close him down and kill him. But he needs to make sure, Barbash that is, he will need to make sure that his first attack is landing. And landing in a big way to do that. Otherwise, he needs to get out of there if Tarnowski gets close. YY there by Venator. And Venator takes the first one. Alright, switch sides. Dashes right in for that first cut. That was good from Landsknecht. Venator testing the guard. Landsknecht wisely using the long guard to stop those stabs. Venator's now switching it up a little bit. But he is on the defensive, and Landsknecht takes another one. His fat sword blocks everything. I wouldn't go that far, but his defense is definitely much better than it used to be. Sidestep there, but tanks it. That A-cut is not particularly powerful. Venator's pretending to be a rapier now. That's Yawn for you, yeah. That's how Yawn rolls sometimes. But it shows you the state that Marie's in, the fact that Yawn can play rapier very well, whereas if Marie was trying to use these tactics, Marie would just get destroyed. Big slashes by Landsknecht and possibly some lag. Alright, fighters, let's let's call a timeout here. Landsknecht was going ham, but Venator somehow survives that onslaught, including the grab, despite the lag. So let's back away, give Venator a little bit of a chance to recover from that. I'm gonna call it a little timeout. I feel like a ref. Pulling the fighters aside. Yeah, we'll just let it pass. That's not a big deal. Alright, long guard when you're ready, guys. Okay, I'm not getting anything. Okay, good to go. Is Landsknecht good to go? Yeah, alright, let's go. Alright, thankfully that didn't affect the fight at all, that lag spike, but that could have been bad. I wonder if Landsknecht was lagging too, but he decided to just march forward and throw some cuts. If so, it's kind of hilarious, but thankfully nobody got killed. In fairness, though, there was no indication that Venator was lagging, really, until he paused the game, so... You know, that's what you do if your opponent's being passive, you gotta just go. So. I'm not saying Venator was deliberately doing that, I'm saying he was struggling and he was lagging, so he was on the defensive, but... a really good Tarnowski player can force you in that spot where you just can't reply with any attack for exactly that reason. The second cut coming in can just take your hand right off, even if you think you're being precise with your counter. And so Tarnowski can be very tricky to deal with because of that, and just the power that his cuts have. You see how much power he puts into each of those cuts. Venator takes another flag. He's really determined to just win this whole thing. He has won the first round, but he cannot afford to give this one away if he wants to maintain his momentum. So it looks like he's figuring something out now. Yeah, back Y and a lot of snap cuts in general are pretty good. You just gotta be careful that he doesn't call you out when you do those. Because Tarna's reach can really surprise you sometimes. But I do agree that, in general, quick snappy cuts are a good option here. Long guard chop. Also a good move, you just gotta watch your hands sometimes. As we've seen, Venator stuck in the corner, tries to fight his way out, but it is 1-1. A valiant effort there by Venator, but still, Landsknecht is able to take that flag. And he did the right thing there, I would say. It just wasn't quite enough. Because you don't want to be stuck in a corner against Tarnowski, otherwise he will absolutely destroy you. He will find a way around your guard, and he'll just one-shot you in all likelihood. So Venator needs some way to just fight his way out of that corner. And although it wasn't quite enough, it was really his best shot. Okay, so it is 1-1. Big slash by Venator with that wraparound, hitting the weak there. And Venator lands, I think that was a snap cut. But I think it was a left arm hit actually, so not super effective, but it still adds up. And then that snap cut to the head. And that's what Venator, I think, is going for at this point, is he's going for chip damage. Just these really quick attacks, and that was smart actually, aiming that right for the head. That snap cut sidestep, which is a little bit underused for Jan. And there's a Quart screw, nice from Venator. Definitely switching it up here, trying some other moves out, and so far they are working. Landsknecht will need to adapt to them. That thrust is a good try. Goes for big slashes just out of measure, and Venator's also just out of measure. But then I think Venator did a feint, and he was called out immediately. Very threatening moves that Tarnowski has. And then Landsknecht going ham. He waits for just a moment. Maybe that was a mistake, actually, though. Because Venator is able to get momentum back, and so having seized the initiative, he got a kill. Maybe Landsknecht had to keep going, but it's tough to say. Strike to the hand. Landsknecht dashes in, but immediately pays for it. I see what he was trying to do, but Venator is a very experienced player, so he's more than ready. Especially after Landsknecht successfully did it a couple times. Very much down to the wire at this point. Big slash by Venator, trying to finish it here, but he doesn't want to give flags away. You can tell that he's still playing in a very measured way, because we've seen crazier comebacks before. It's by no means over at this point. Landsknecht just goes in, showing some aggression, but actually I think he paid for that a bit more than Venator did because of that stab. He sort of ran into it. Venator a bit on the defensive, but he finds a moment to launch that corkscrew. Still a good move here. And Venator takes a tough fight. Don't let that score fool you at all. But Venator was still able to pull it off in the end. And now Tau will fight Venator in a little bit. We'll skip that fight for now. And we'll go to Def Daisy against Jesus, which will be an exciting one. Relatively new members of the community, but I'd say they're seasoned players at this point. Lots of tournaments under their belt. So, very similar experience levels too. So, a very fair fight, I would say, in that regard as well. So no, you're way too hard on yourself, Landsknecht. You don't suck. You did fantastic in there. I know that last fight had a lopsided score, but I think you really gave Venator a run for his money there. I think he was just able to make some adjustments later on. Yeah, you're still not out of the tournament, of course, but it seems like he's not looking forward to the possible hard fights to come in the losers bracket. That is the thing in a higher level tournament, is that it doesn't necessarily get easier in the losers bracket. It can actually get tougher if there were some upsets and there's some veterans who are sort of circling you like sharks down here because they don't want to be taken out. They're looking for a meal so they can advance. Um, yeah, it can still be very tough. You can get lucky though, like maybe the people you're with are having an off day and you're able to just climb to the top, but not something to bet on, I would say. And I would say we're at a point in this community where generally most people can challenge anyone else. Yeah, it would be very unlikely. That's what I'm trying to say. But you might run into somebody who did, and that might make it easier to climb to the top. But by the same token, you might also have a case where all the fights were super intense and everybody's warmed up. And sure, they lost their fights, but they're still on a bit of a roll, and they're just pumped for their next one. So equally, it could actually make your life more difficult that you ended up there and not in the winner's bracket in that regard. And there's a sense that you're gonna be eliminated, so you gotta make sure you win your fight. Daisy, do you need keyboard? For some reason, I've forgotten. No? Okay, cool. Okay, let's go then. They're both here. Should both be controller players then. Alex versus Marina, it looks like, yeah. You might be confused why I called Dennis Alex. That's just because his name in the roster used to be Alexander. Dennis is his surname, but Kubel decided to switch it to Dennis, so I'm gonna call him Alex a lot because that's the name I'm used to. He's been named that for literally years, and it is still his first name. That hasn't changed, but yeah, a lot of people now know him as Dennis and not Alex, and they're a tad confused. The reason it was changed is because Tarnowski's first name is actually Alexander as well. And Kubel was worried that people would get that confused. I don't think anybody would have, but that was his concern. And so that's why the change was made. I think, yeah, his card is still named Alexander too, so. Alright, sorry for the coughing occasionally. Still got a bit of congestion, but I'm really not that sick anymore. I'm past the worst part of my flu. It's literally just congestion, and that I gotta clear up. So that's good. Good hit there by Daisy. Goes high, then low. And there's a quick hit there by Jesus there. Jump attack, doesn't land. Don't jump. It's a meme in our servers. I used to tell Piper not to do that, but Piper still does it to this day. And somehow he makes it work, but very often it fails, so that's hence the meme. Sometimes it's a little bit of a tricky move to block though, so I see why he threw it, despite how reckless it might look, especially against the shield. Yeah, Daisy keeping it simple, punishes that whiff there. Ooh, and there's a hit from Daisy, and Daisy takes the first round. Let's see if Jesus changes his character or sticks with Alex. He does try to change to Samuel. Both of these characters are a good matchup against Marina on paper, but Daisy has been playing a really good Marina. Wow, Jesus is tired actually, and punches Marina there. Daisy got... Okay, she finishes it with that stab. It almost looked like that was gonna miss for a second, which would have been crazy. So Cheese is putting up a valiant fight despite being tired, but it just wasn't enough. It's easier said than done to fight your way out of a position like that. They both traded hits at this point. Goes with that thrust, but immediately countered. Nice by Jesus. Big slash by Jesus, but ends up hitting the shield, and so that is a great single tempo counter by Daisy. Big slash attempted again by Jesus. I see what he's doing. He's trying to aim for the head, but he keeps hitting the shield, and so it's an easy hit for Daisy. Yeah, definitely gonna need to change something. Goes with that really powerful leg cut. Very good choice in this matchup.
Zabrać mi to stąd!
Rushed attempt, but that cut was an excellent counter by Daisy. And then the cut down low. Jesus definitely is going to need to change something, or Daisy's going to run away with this. Rushed attempt there, trying to get between the weapons, but isn't quite able to. But that cut is actually deceptively powerful. So that was nicely placed. Ooh, nice exchange. Neither fighter's hit just yet. Goes low, but not able to land it this time. Daisy's aware of that cut. Nice low cut attempt by Daisy, and this is actually a really intense finish here. That low cut is able to connect though for cheeses, but it's pretty much a guaranteed kill when it lands. Yeah, it actually is. That feint from the low left. Back Y. More back Ys aiming at the head. Nicely done by Cheeseless. He's definitely showing some promise with Samuel here. And we might see a comeback. It is by no means over. Just a one flag difference. Tries the Y cut, this time hitting the shield. That stab also failing to connect. And Daisy, with good reflexes there, is able to read. And that attack is able to get out of the way. Jesus, back against the wall there, beats the thrust down, but yeah, that's Daisy's chance there. A valiant effort by Jesus there, but Daisy was able to apply tons of pressure and finish it right there. Okay, let's do Synth against Oak now. Yeah, that was an intense fight. Very well fought by both of you. Oh yeah, I can give you Steam, that's not a problem. Yeah, because your Parsec for some reason is just not working. It's not about connection, it's like something is just... Something with the ISP, most likely. Not that the quality's bad, it's just... Something's not compatible with Parsec for some reason. Yeah, Marina's a very beatable character. It's nothing to be concerned about. You don't have to worry about playing her. You don't have to worry about fighting her. It's just a matter of finding what works, what doesn't. No different than anyone else. Even Connor's beatable, to be honest. I know he has a reputation for being strong, but there's definitely ways to overcome Connor's attacks. Steam might be down, Synth, so let me know if that's working or not. I don't see you joining yet. We might actually have to switch hosts if Steam is just shitting the bed right now. Yeah, everyone's having the same problem, but Parsec's working perfectly. So we have two options, I guess. You can try Parsec. I really don't think it's gonna work, but or we can. Yeah, I guess I don't know what we can do. I guess Parsec's our only option. Yeah, there's not many other options when Steam is just off the table. I don't know if there's a host that would work better, perhaps. It wouldn't make any difference with Steam, but if there's a Parsec that works better, we could try that. But Alright, synth is here. Alright, synth, you'll take the left. I really hope this works, but with Steam being down, we're very limited in options. So I hope you'll try to bear with me a little bit with that. Oak, let me know if you have that lag issue. It'll be pretty devastating actually if we do, because Steam is just down. It's Steam's been having a lot of issues. Maybe it works with Parsec. Let's try it. Yeah. I'm glad you're at least giving it a go, because maybe we've discovered something. Yeah, you're a keyboard player, right? Yeah, it's because I'm clicking off. Alright, go ahead. Yeah, so when you see that thing that tells you the host is doing something else or there's no video data, that's usually because I'm clicked off somewhere else. I only have Hellish Quart enabled on Parsec and maybe a couple other games, so it's actually perfectly normal. And okay, interesting picks here. So Jan against Isabella. Oh dear. Please tell me it's playable. I genuinely don't know what else we can do if Parsec is not gonna work. Yeah. What does my settings on Parsec look like? Pause the tournaments. If I go to host, maybe. Yeah, that's all normal. I could play with that a bit. It's just jittering back and forth. Well, the torrents, yeah. 280 ping is pretty bad, yeah. Well, it's a matter of Parsec not working. It's not really a matter of... At least that's my understanding with Synth's issue. Yeah, that's a good point. It literally was fine, like, when we were sparring 2 hours ago. But if you're willing to try Venator's Parsec, we can do that. I'm not against that. It's just I'm not sure it would help. But if you want to give that a try, we totally can. Because I can't think of anything else we can try. With Steam literally not. Yeah, I mean, we can just try it if Venator's available, or maybe Plebeians. I don't know if Plebeians would be any different, but... Right, yeah, because it's like, yeah. Yeah, it probably is the case. I'm probably actually closer to you than Plebeian is, believe it or not. Because I'm pretty far west. And unlike what flat earthers say, the world is round. So, I might well be closer. Let's try Tau. Uh, yeah, let's do yours, Tau. Appreciate it, guys. Let's do Tau first, maybe, and we'll go from there. Chernos is very good as well, so... But let's give Tau a try. And I'll migrate on the Tau's host as well. Sorry for the wait, Oak. Just, Tau should be fine. Yeah, the fact that he's in Russia would actually make that... I mean, it's still really, really far, but it's potentially a bit better.
Hi, Subu.
Hey, Tau.
Do you mind if I join commentating as well?
Yeah, go ahead. Love to have you.
Okay, great. So I'm starting the game right now, and I'll invite you via Steam.
Okay. Yeah, so an interesting situation with Steam. Let's hope it's working for you somehow on your end.
Okay, so
Actually,
it's Usami and whom?
it is
Oak?
Usami and Oak, yes. And I just
Okay.
crashed, so I think I'm getting exactly the same issue that everybody else is.
Ah, okay. So
Yeah,
Steam remote is busted as well.
yeah,
Okay, let's see if I can invite Usami at all.
yeah.
Oh,
Might as well try. I want to try every option we can before we
okay.
call it quits.
Yeah, it was working like hour
Yeah,
and a half ago.
no kidding,
Now
yeah.
it's not. Yeah,
Yeah, we were all on your host and everything. Like, it was...
yeah. Oak managed to connect. Let's see if Usami manages. And maybe well, they're using keyboard, so maybe you'll be able to connect through Pasek.
Yeah, you can disable, like, all controls if needed to.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, it's not a problem because they're both using keyboard.
Okay.
So, yeah. Yeah,
Alright.
Usami, can you try using the latest link?
Man, this takes me back to, like, 2022, 2021.
Oh, yeah.
We would have these issues
Okay,
all the time.
they're both in, and I'm starting Pasek to get you in as well.
Yeah.
Okay, you can join.
My Steam for some reason? Yeah, it could be something in Canada. They have, obviously they have a bunch of servers, so...
It's 7 flags, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Right, yeah, it's no worries, Synth. Yeah, it could easily be Steam servers here that are just shitting the bed for some reason.
Okay, accepted. We have
Okay.
controls.
Yeah, and names are set, so we're ready to go.
All right.
Alright, at least we found a solution. That's good.
And what is the map?
Just the void map.
Okay.
I'm also glad this is a smaller double elimination because it could be pretty horrifically long. Otherwise, with these sorts of issues.
Yeah, technical issues always increase our waiting times.
Yeah.
But that's what we have to deal with, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks smooth on my end too, so that's good.
So they do the usual match. Oak is doing Isabella again, and Sami goes with the best choice for her, Jan.
Some support in the chat for Usami, who has shown some promise lately, I have to say. yesterday she performed very well and in fact won the event. So
Yes, yes, she did.
great job on her part. That is her second victory, by the way, not the first. So, ooh, just
So
Y cuts, yeah.
I think Jan is a perfect choice for such a situation, at least from my experience, because the only tourneys that I won on Yoho Subu were using Jan as well.
Yeah,
He's just a simple fundamental character, but at the same time, he has the tools necessary to deal with opponents of many matchups.
yeah,
He has this nice thrust, good tight fast cuts, fast movement, yeah.
yeah,
But Oak with easy. Oak's really good with her now.
yeah.
Surprisingly good for just picking her up.
Yeah, and you'd think just the way Isabella plays is so different from Laswell. You'd think he'd have some struggles, but he changed his style to effectively use Isabella, and it works well.
So, well, I think he kind of plays her like Laszlo at base level.
Yeah,
He uses a lot of cuts with her. Someone already compared this Isabella to Saber characters, the one
yeah,
used by Oak. And yeah, he told himself that he's happy to have a better guard than Laszlo.
yeah,
So he's definitely using it,
yeah.
getting into distance with
Nice.
less fear of being hit and gets to using those cuts.
Yeah. I think I'm much the same with Isabella too. I don't know about you. Like, my style with her is often quite similar to other characters I play. I switch sides
Hmm.
fighters. The main difference I would say though is with Isabella I do more single tempos. But I'm also happy to do parry riposte game as well if I feel that's the answer.
Well, I think you adapt to various characters you play, and the
Mhm.
only similarity I see is if you discover something is working,
Yeah,
you'll use it
I
until it
see.
stops working.
Yeah, so you
But
think I.
otherwise,
Mhm.
like if I just without this, I watched you playing different characters.
Mhm.
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell if it's the same person or not because you. How should I put it? You're just well to different nuances of
I see.
different characters.
I see. Yeah. So I'm very adaptable. I just adapt to whatever
And again,
situations at hand.
because your style is not like say Piper's where he just walks forward, right?
Mhm.
So it's easier to recognize a player who is always using similar tactics. But you can play a very pressure on game moving forward a lot. You can play defensively. You
Mhm.
can play balanced. So yeah, it's harder to determine
I see.
if
Yeah.
it's the same player or not when he has a varied style.
Right. Yeah. Good exchange here, actually. Wow. Still continues the exchange. Nobody's been hit.
So yeah, Oak just goes to pressure with these cuts.
Yeah. They break off finally. And then they go at it again. Love it. Ooh, stamina a little
Oh,
bit too.
so we were fighting today with Oak before more people showed up,
Mhm.
and is this Damocles that High got cut?
Yeah.
It hit me with Linga even after she already retracted the blade. It
Yeah.
went down, and then I see her hands literally moving it away from me.
Yeah.
I attack, and I still get hit by it.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's
Oak knows this. He's using it now too.
yeah. It's a bug that happens a lot with these sort of downward power cuts that characters have, I find.
Mm.
Bara has it a little bit, I think to a lesser extent, but I've definitely noticed it. Yeah, Jan probably does too.
On the chop or
Yeah, the
what
chop.
moves exactly?
Yeah.
I see.
Especially on cancel, if you like go to move back to block, the linger can
I
stay.
see.
Yeah.
I see.
But Oak needs one more. Pretty intense round this one, but Oak still remaining ahead.
No, he isn't using anything complicated. The pressure is forward wise. Eventually he does like some high guard cuts or retreating cuts or stabs. And yeah, that's a solid foundation to start easy.
Perfect
Oh yeah, and
snapshot.
snap cuts.
Yeah. And GG, that's it. But well fought by Synth.
Okay, we're swapping back to yours, right?
Yeah, for my fight against 3C actually, who I'm really excited to
Okay.
fight against. We don't fight very much lately, so
I'll use that moment to see if my parsec is good
yeah.
connecting to you today.
Which character will I play? It's probably not a secret. I'll say Barabash because I know who 3C is gonna play, so it's. And honestly, even if he were to switch off, I'd be happy with Barabash. So that's my main, if you will. So
Ah yeah, 3C is using Marina.
yep. So I'm sure that's not surprising to 3C that I'll go with Bara. I mean, I could try Isabella, but I just don't. Like, even Tao doesn't feel confident in that matchup. It just seems. It's not that it's unwinnable. It's just tough to deal with.
Yeah, like Marina is either something you. Ah no, parsec is
All
very
right,
bad
we
for
can
me.
try Steam. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
but
a
is three. Oh, well, I don't need controls, so just make sure you both
yeah.
have controls.
Yeah, I think I bumped right away by mistake. 1 second. Alright, here's a link.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you have before as well, 3C. And the fact that you've been away for so long might mean you'll come up with something that'll really surprise me that maybe some other Marina players aren't doing. So, like all my fights, I'll definitely take it seriously. Marina's really not a character you want to mess around with either. I know I said she was kind of mid tier, but you still have to respect that she has a shield. You can't fight her the way you fight some other characters.
Okay, so I have the same issue. I guess I'll
Oh,
just have to watch the stream. Steam crashed. I even
yeah, I
specifically
forgot about
restarted
that.
it
Yeah,
before joining to
yeah,
make sure that's like it's nothing because it was on for too long or whatever. Yeah, as soon as I join, like it starts loading and then boom, it crashed.
yeah. I was having the same one. So, Steam
Yeah,
servers
oh well.
here are just crap in the bed. What can I say?
Yeah,
Goes with
we
Connor
have what we
actually.
have.
Nice. But I have to say, like, even if I knew he was gonna go Connor, Barbash would still be the pick I would go with. So
Well, yeah,
let's see what
he's
he
your
can do.
main, and actually, he's a very good pick regardless of what shield is gonna face you. Okay, see it on you now on Steam. I mean on stream. Oh, actually, just managed to get our first blood. Yes, it's a Scotsman, as you can easily recognize by what he's wearing, the color of his hair, and the style of fencing too, I think. Broadswords were popular in
Yeah,
Scotland. And yeah, not just a broadsword, but with a shield too.
yeah. Plus, Scots did travel to Poland at this time as mercenaries. Specifically, during the 30 Years' War especially, they were traveling a lot in Europe for that
Yeah.
reason. So, a lot of them
No
did settle in
surprise that
Poland.
Connor is here.
Yeah. And at this exact time, too, like, they were traveling to places like North America, even Russia, all sorts of places, so...
Yep, yep. Like, you would expect that maybe there would be less travel and, well, if you compare to modern world, obviously, there were less international travels for obvious reasons. But, like, some skilled specialists in different professions were often hired by one country and they maybe came from a different country. Oh yeah, again, if it's about warfare, mercenaries are easily very international. They go wherever they get paid, regardless of the country.
Mm-hmm. And what we see in Norwegian, I think they would have been Swedish at that time. They would have been part of the Swedish Empire, so... I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure they're part of the Swedish Empire.
Actually, at some point, it was what? Like, they... Like, Norway, Sweden,
Mm-hmm.
what else?
Finland was a part of...
Dutchlands. Yeah, Finland was also part of Sweden. Like,
Yeah.
we're pretty big. They control like almost whole Scandinavia, if not all Scandinavia, and even like some parts of modern Germany were also under the Dutch crown.
Mm-hmm.
And at some points, like they had the same monarch
Yep.
having multiple crowns. So yeah.
And the history talk while I'm having a very tough fight there, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, nicely fought, 3C. That was close. I was a little concerned. But we're not done yet.
Oh, blade beat. Well, that was a pretty close match.
It was, yeah.
Percy is doing good.
You
A little
definitely...
tip.
Mm-hmm.
If you expect, well, not to you, you're
Yeah.
in no need of my tips.
Yeah, I'm just letting you speak, yeah.
Yeah, so 3C, if you expect to get blade bit in this corner, just try to backdash preemptively. Or if you manage it on reaction as well, obviously. But again, like that's what Pico was doing, regardless of what was his ping. He would throw some combos and then already buffer in backdash. Like, if you know that you're throwing a thrust, so it can be blade bitten potentially. So you just buffer right after this input a backdash. If you get blade bit, you immediately do a very fast backdash and you will escape most punishment because of how good close backdash is.
Mm-hmm. That thing about Sweden, Finland, Norway reminds me of, well, the setting of this game too, Poland, Lithuania. Obviously Lithuania was sort of a place, like actually it was one of the biggest countries in the medieval period, but there came a point, I would say, where the Polish culture was much more dominant in that whole region. So, like Vinny was asking for a Lithuanian character, but for all he knows, one of them's Lithuanian already. It's just you don't notice because Polish culture is so intertwined at this time anyway. I bet that's what Kubel would say if Kubel saw that. Even if it's a retcon, which it might well be. Maybe Yanni's the Lithuanian this whole time.
Oh well, yeah, you never know actually.
Yeah. Do we know where they're from? Some of them, yeah. Others, we know like they're from the Commonwealth, but we don't know specifically where.
Actually, Vinu, if you're listening to this, because Kubalt has to remake Jan and his story is still not set, just a blank state, ask him to make Jan a Lithuanian character.
Yeah, just for some flavor instead of what he's got now.
Well, he's got nothing now because he's no longer Yazık. That space tells character backstory in arcade mode. It's still empty for Jan, unfortunately. So maybe you can come up with some plausible backstory of a Lithuanian noble character from PLC, and maybe he can accept it. Why not? But his code, by the way, well, yeah, because Polish uh, clothing were pretty popular in Moscow too. Like if you don't know his name, you can easily mistake him for Muscovy. All those leg voids. Oh, some lost leg as well. Oh, push attempt even. But yeah, no. Pushes are not as good. Although super backdashed immediately. Oh, and a snap cut to finish it.
GG.
Yeah, still good fight by 3C. I think Barry is one of the best characters to fight shield users, and the fact that he put such a good fight, yeah, that speaks volumes. He's getting better and better at the game and
100%.
with the characters he's using.
Alright, so now you two are fighting.
Oh, okay. But
We can fight on your host, if that's not
well,
gonna work.
maybe Plebeian can host.
Yeah, something
I'm
like
fine
that.
with that.
Yeah.
We did it once before. Oh, but he's not in the tourney. Is he available at all?
Yeah, delay for Tao. That's just because he's watching the stream.
Yeah, everyone is watching the stream and I have to watch the stream because unfortunately Pasig is very choppy, like
Hmm.
5 FPS. This
Yeah.
is very choppy and Steam is just crashing, not connecting for some weird reason.
Stop making excuses. Well, I guess we could try yours. It should theoretically be better.
Is anyone from... Mm,
Right, we'll head home
yeah.
immediately.
Well, if Vanna doesn't mind,
Or
yeah, I can do
Cherno,
it.
yeah. Yeah, Chernobyl's available as well.
Oh, well, yeah, we can use his.
Okay. Yeah,
I
let's
don't
do
mind.
Chernobyl. Yeah. Yeah, I just realized that works better instead of using one of your hosts.
Chana was writing something in the chat.
Yeah, he said he was willing.
Oh, yeah, he even volunteered for hosting.
Yeah.
Cherno, wake up. I'll message him as well.
No problem with Tao's host. Alright, we could just do yours then. If editor's okay.
Well, Vanna was having some issues on mine as well. We had to
Okay.
use Steam, etc. So probably Chana would be for the best if he's here. And yeah, he disappeared. Okay, we can go with mine if Chana is not here.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll use Steam again, and after Vanna takes controls, I'll give you Parsec.
Sounds like a plan.
What are the sides?
You're on the left, Venator's on the right.
Mm-hmm. Or actually, Vanna, do you want to try Parsec? Because when you were alone here, it was working fine. But yeah, we still need to get Subu here anyways. Oh, internet problems. Mm-hmm. Yeah, flags are set already. Mm-hmm. And one moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'll run Parsec and invite you now, Subu. Well, you can join. Yes, Parsec is up.
Okay, I don't see it just yet. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Name should be set. Nice, alright. Bada bash. Barabash mirror is possibly my favorite mirror in the game right now, so I'm happy to see that from both of them. Obviously no pressure to pick Bara, but still. Good exchange to start off here. A lot of cuts, and the Thunder Punch from Tao out of nowhere. Scores a flag. Ooh, fainted the Thunder Punch, but got sidestep. That's something that Venator has learned to use a lot of with Barabash, is that specific sidestep. And the mirrors that we do, that is one of his favorite moves. Same with the snap cut, the chop. But Venator is forced in the corner here. And it's a double. We normally cheer for both, but can't support the Rat Hat. Daisy says, between these two, it's anyone's game. Yeah, it's really difficult to say who is actually going to take this one. Neither is really a Barabash main. They're familiar with Barabash, but it's only recently they've started playing him a bit more, so. Good exchange there. Venator takes it, though, with that Y cut to the head. Good hit there. And the snap cut. Perfectly placed. Upcut, trick shot, but Venator somehow landing a hit. despite that as well. Big slash by Venator. Tau is able to backdash just in time. Snap cut attempt. Good belly lunge attempt by Tau. Again, forcing Venator into the corner there. And yeah, that's the linger I was talking about. It happens with the chop as well sometimes. I think Isabella's is crazier, but it definitely happens with a lot of these chopping cuts in the game. Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing from both of them. They're using a lot of the meta moves that Barabash has effectively. That nice sidestep by Venator, that B sidestep from long guard, which is cool about that one. Most characters don't have a move from long guard that takes them that far to the side, but Barabash does. Nice, the sidestep X and the back Y. Venator of long guard. Tau tries to punish with a grab, and there's a chop. Maybe Tau is a little overzealous closing the distance, and Venator now starting to take control as Tau parries that chop with one of his own. There's a good exchange. Cut to the head, and Tau is able to score another flag. Could be looking at a comeback here for Tau. As Venator tries that sidestep, nice sequence of cuts there, forcing Tau back. But Tau staying in the fight. The snap cut, thunder punch, and another snap cut by Venator. And he is able to hit the head. It looks like Tau is going to be sticking with Barabash. But what's Venator going to do? Yeah, Barabash again. Love it. Barabash is what I call a pressure character. I've said it before. I think if you play to his strengths, he is really at his strongest when you're pressuring all of your opponent's openings. And it's not that you're playing overly aggressively, it's just that you're always, if you can, you're always applying some kind of pressure. He can still play counter really well, but he's very good at picking opponents apart and just getting in there, sidestepping, these types of things. Had no idea this was a thing. Love it. Yeah, this is Hellish Quart. The Discord server we use for this tournament is linked in the description. If not, just look up Hellish Quart PvP if you can't find us, and join our community there. We do weekly tournaments, and we also do a lot of casual spars, and we play other games too, not just Hellish Quart. But Hellish Quart is primarily what we're here for. Tau does like grabs, yeah. He likes occasionally getting in there to grab. If you see somebody grabbing and you don't know who it is, like you're just trying to figure out what style the person's using, who the player is, in all likelihood it's Tau. Grabbing is something I've done a bit of lately. I think I've been less successful with it as of late, but I also don't mind occasionally getting a grab. Good push by Tau. Yeah, Info's known for grabbing too, and Sion Tlark used to be known for that as well. Venator, a bunch of cuts, goes low, nearly finishes it with the back Y, but hits the hand guard. But again, Venator keeps the pressure going, and that's what Barabash can be very good at. Just these attacks from multiple different angles that eventually overwhelm the guard. And beyond that, he's very explosive with his side steps and just mobility in general. What Barabash does lack, though, is a good thrusting game. You might have seen a few thrusty attacks, but all of those are considered cuts by the game, so they're not technically stabs. They're more like push cuts. So imagine sawing into your opponent or cutting with a kitchen knife. You usually push the edge forward a little bit as you cut. Instead of just hewing through whatever it is you're trying to chop up. Whoa. Venator with a bunch of cuts, the tired swing. And they're both tired. Unfortunately, the Maestro special is bugged sometimes. I can say from personal experience. Sometimes it doesn't reach far enough. Sometimes it misses for who knows what reason. Um, and it's a bug that Kubold has not fixed yet. And this results in a double in the end. Long, nasty edge to push cut with. Exactly, yeah. And actually the curve helps with that as well. It's much easier to land drawing cuts or push cuts with a curved blade than it is a straight blade. You can do it with straight blades too, though. There are techniques for that with longsword, for example, but with a saber, it's super easy, especially a saber curve like this. And it's for the same reason why it's easier to move diagonally up a hill instead of straight up a hill, if that makes sense. And even if you are doing sort of choppy slashes of a saber like this, it will typically want to draw across the target a little bit. And if you're doing it just right, that's how the cut will play out. So it won't be like a longsword where it's much more of a hewing slash. It will end up being a bit of a drawing slash, just naturally if you're doing the technique properly. So yeah, absolutely, and that is the disadvantage of having the curved blade. That your stabbing might not be quite as effective. And you can do something in between too. You can do a slightly curved blade as well. Venator takes it
GG.
though. Yeah, that was a good fight.
I'm surprised sometimes that Snapcut can cut right through AutoGuts, like Laszlo's old one.
Yeah.
Some of those were obviously hits into my recovery, but at least you were through AutoGut. Yeah, you live and learn something new. GG. Okay, so I guess we're switching back to yours again.
Yep.
Who's gonna fight now?
1 second. I believe we're moving to the losers bracket. Yes, we are. And the first fight will be Jesus against Insignificance, actually. So a reminder to fighters there, if you lose this fight, you are indeed eliminated. So make this one count. And then Tao, you'll like this fight. You're actually gonna fight Paladin. So that's cool.
Oh, what character is he using? I didn't
Zera,
watch his fight.
as
Oh,
his name might
okay,
suggest, yeah.
okay. Hmm. Oh, Paladin of God. I see.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I see. Well, the more Geddes and Jaras, the better.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll have to watch your stream again.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, Jesus take the left, and Insignificance you'll actually my bad, Insignificance should take the left. We made an agreement there. So Jesus, you'll be on the right for all the rounds, if that's cool with you. Thankfully, I just remembered that. Just because Insignificance is very new. And I believe he's a keyboard player, so that can be a bit awkward at first. Well, yeah, Venator's fighting Death Daisy. He has a bit of a curse fighting Death Daisy and losing. So let's see what happens with that. Yeah, she has improved a lot since she first joined. So she's
Oh,
a tough
and
opponent
she's
for
using
anybody.
Marina.
Yep,
or someone else?
it'll be Marina. Yeah,
Oh, okay, so actually two Marina mains are fighting today. Nice.
yeah. Straight bladed Yawn. I mean, Kubold could turn him into a side sword character, and I don't think anybody would blink with his how his moveset often plays out. So maybe it's better to just scrap helmet guy and make a side sword character with no helmet. Hot take.
Well, supposedly Kobold already mock-upped all the characters.
Yeah, so that might not be a good idea, but
But then you never know. Maybe he just made a model for this one, and the helmet, and yeah, and
yeah.
that's it.
Also, this is still best of 3, guys. It's not best of 1. So best of 1 is nice if you have a bigger tournament in the losers bracket, but given the turnout here, I think it's perfectly fine to do best of 3.
Oh, and yeah, NC is maining Getty, so
Yeah,
I'm cheering and rooting for him.
yeah.
But Jesus is pretty good with Alex, as we saw in recent events as well.
Yeah. And they're both limping, so this is a little awkward.
Oh yeah,
James.
he likes those late cuts. Barrow, Alex, Jesus
Yeah.
always loves to throw him.
Nice hit there. Where's Salah? Yeah.
Yeah, they can only move with attacks, but Incy has low stamina, so he can't do much.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good exchange. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would prefer if Helmet Guy didn't have any weird gimmicks, like he just had a side sword. But I do see where Kubal's coming from with that idea. He's supposed to be like a soldier, so maybe he's not the most
about
skilled
what?
defensor. Oh, just that he's got a helmet, and presumably the helmet's gonna play some kind of role. I feel
So
like
more HP on the head, probably. Yeah, like boss.
yeah, I just feel like I'd prefer it
Like
if he didn't have a helmet. But
if it doesn't have some precise moves, you know, maybe
yeah,
he leaves himself vulnerable too
yeah,
often because he's not a dedicated fencer. That would be fine.
it would be, yeah.
And again, it's only a head. I guess if you just cut his arms, hands,
Hmm.
you'll still kill him fast.
Yeah,
And then there are characters who will kill you regardless of the body part hit,
yeah, that's
like
true.
Alex, by the way,
Yeah, yeah,
or Getty.
yeah. Light cut there. They kind of traded, I think, actually. I think Alex landed something. Just briefly. It wasn't a powerful hit, but overwhelms the guard there.
Actually, I'd rather have that armor available for the characters.
Hmm.
That would be very fun to play with.
Yeah,
We could do a proper armored mode that is supported by the game then.
yeah, because he already has the HP system needed. It's not like it's
Yeah,
not in the
yeah.
game.
It's more about adjusting stamina for this.
Yeah. Which, by the way, that's actually how armor works in Death Duel VR as well. He took a page from this game for that, so.
Also, how exactly does it work there?
It's basically like the extra HP thing, but you can still, there's like spots in the armor you can strike where you will do a little bit more damage.
Mm-hmm.
But in practice, it's really just, more HP is really the main thing if you're hitting armor.
I see. Well, the system I like a lot is in Exanima. It's single player only, but it's also using physics-based engine, and simulates animations in real time.
Oh, wait. Hang on. Insignificance, yeah, you can stay on the left. I switched the names, but I realized. And Insignificance is from the US, so it wouldn't be good if he hosted. Just try and stick with this host for now if it's playable. Insignificance. But we can try someone else if. Yeah, high ping is normal. But if you're not lagging, then you're still good to go.
India, I think, is in Europe.
Yeah.
Or did you mean Jesus?
Yeah, I meant Jesus. He's from the
Yeah,
US,
yeah,
so.
he's from NA.
Yeah, but if you're lagging and not just getting high ping, we can still switch. It does take a bit of getting used to, so I understand the concern.
Yeah, whenever this is getting discussed, I remember my first game online in Tourney in Hellish Quart
Yeah,
that I did on offensive host.
yeah.
It was very lucky. But yeah, I wanted to finish about that armor. In
Hmm.
Zanima, I think it's done in a really nice way. When you are in armor, you receive stamina damage.
Hmm.
When you are getting hit in some exposed parts, you receive health damage. And it's something similar in half sword, right?
Half sword, it has a more realistic armor system in some ways, so it will
So
actually act
if
as
they hit
armor.
you in the armor, what will it do?
If
Do
you
you know
use a
the underlying
sword,
mechanics?
if you use a sword, typically it will do nothing. If you hit like plate armor, for example, it'll just bounce off.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were trying
Oh.
to use the sword against armor, you'd want a half sword and aim at the gaps where you'll do full damage. Or you
Mm-hmm.
want to smash with the pommel, and blunt force over time might reduce the stamina, and it might stun the guy in the armor to allow you to take him to the ground or something like that.
That's cool. Why don't
Yeah,
they do it in this VR game? It should be even easier to hit those gaps because you see it right before you and you can direct
yeah.
it with your controller in VR.
Yeah, it's just a work in progress, I think, is the big thing. But you're right, there's VR games that do
I
that,
see.
like Blade and Sorcery and Hell Split do something like that. So,
Yeah, it would be really cool to have a realistic armor in the game for once
yeah,
and have proper armored combat. So
yeah,
maybe you either hit those vulnerable spots, or if
yeah.
it's like full plate armor and it's hard to get to them, maybe you even have to get like really close. And then if they have some visor, then you can use
Hmm.
like your free hand to like open their
Yeah,
visor and
yeah,
then stab them with a rondel or something right
yeah,
into the face.
yeah,
That's very cool for
yeah.
VR.
And I know Half Sword has issues, but I will say they seem to be on their way, if the development goes well, to getting something like that as well. So,
I see.
yeah, the armor
Like,
works very well.
there are many memes about Pavlov shooter in VR about this. When they
Uh,
sneak upon someone, take their pistol or a knife from their belt and
hmm.
kill them with it. So yeah,
Yeah,
like open someone's visor and kill them.
yeah. All right, GG. Thank you for competing in significance. I hope it wasn't laggy. Like I said, you could have switched if it was laggy, but I hope you enjoyed the tourney all the same. And yeah, you'll get better the more you play. I already noticed you're getting improving a little bit as we chatted and sparred and in the voice chat, so keep it up. All right, Paladin now. We'll be fighting Tau.
Okay. Does he need Steam or he's good on Parsec?
He's good on Parsec, yeah. Oh wait, I think yeah, if you're playing, you'd have to
Yeah,
yeah.
unfortunately I can't play on yours. If Chano is here, we can. Oh, I'll ping him once more. But otherwise, yeah, I'll have to do it.
Alright, yeah, let's just do it like that.
Okay, first let's try with Parsec. I'll post a link for him. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I
And
remember,
it's up.
I forget what this shooter VR game was, but I tried a free trial of it a long time ago. And it was supposed to be like this realistic uh, shooter as far as VR
Oh, you
games
can
go.
connect Cebu?
Yeah. And I managed to get a knife kill on someone from behind. And what I did is I
Mm-hmm.
placed my hand in front of his face before I did it, like I was grabbing him, and then I stabbed him
I
right in the
see.
neck.
I see.
And I could see him like flinch when I did that. It was funny.
Oh, and yeah, imagine again you are using armor, and maybe you can uh, get close and try to take control of the sword hand or anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and that Dev Duel VR game, like blunt impact is definitely a thing as well, so you can knock people over with a hard enough hit. And thankfully they do it in a way where it's not going to make you sick, so you're kind of floating above your body when that happens. Because otherwise you would just go for a ride. And it'd be very, very strange because you're standing up in real life, but your character has fallen right over. Yeah, use towers. Ignore the... I deleted it, so just ignore the ping I gave you. That was my bad. I reflexively sent it to you, but Tao cannot play on my host, so... Yeah.
Does he need keyboard? No, controller. All good.
Yeah, use a controller.
Okay, what are the sides?
You're on the left, Paladin's on the right.
Okay, so if he's using Jara, actually I'll mirror him as Jara if he goes
Nice.
Jara. I hear no controller sound. Okay, I'll reset controllers just in case, but it was a fresh passing start anyway. Mm-hmm. Oh, there it is. So is it Jara or is it not?
Okay.
Okay. Oh, I'll have to wear a hoodie. No holy power for me, but okay.
Well, he is the Paladin anyway, so it kind of makes sense. Holy stands by Tau. There's a thrust. Nice kill. His work there. And it's actually 1-1. Paladin so far doing quite well. And like I said, his era is showing some promise. He was using some very intelligent moves to try and counter Marina earlier. Tau with a good combination there, getting past the guard. And, ooh, I like what Paladin's doing there. Not able to find the angle, but he's really doing his best there, and that's a double. I have the feeling that Paladin has the potential to show us some very cinematic moments, especially as he gets better at the game, so I like seeing that stuff from him. By the way, Paladin, if you want to get better of Zero, obviously Tower's a good resource, but you also have Hecla and Plebeian who can teach you some things, especially Plebeian, who's lately been playing Zero a lot. explosive low guard. Nice try, but Zera is a bit vulnerable to being sidestepped. And Tao exploits that very nicely. Holy stands, good stab to the arm by Tao. Tao's being a bit tricky here. It's making it difficult for Paladin. Trying to find an angle, but I think a little bit too far for some of those cuts. And Tao punishes that beautifully. I think experience is definitely showing here, but I love that Paladin is trying some creative stuff here. And he's showing some good fight IQ, I would say. It's just a matter of working on that management of distance and just getting more experience as a character in general. And at this point, they both trade a good sidestep. That's what I mean about the fight IQ. Like, he read Tower's intentions pretty well there. And he's tired. Again, does something similar, but doesn't capitalize on the tired swing. Oh, and Tao gets the stab. Still, very good effort by Paladin. It's hard to overstate how tough Paladin's opponent is in the Zera mirror, so there isn't really much that Paladin can do, I don't think, that Tao hasn't at some point seen before. Ooh, whiffs that there. That is the biggest challenge with playing Zera in my experience, is that some of his moves have higher recovery than you might be expecting. And so it's very important you're landing hits on the blade at the very least, or landing, hits on your target when you're doing those big moves. Or you're ready to cancel them with back Y, you're ready to, or cancel them into something else, just so you're not eating all that recovery all the time. And it's good to know what moves have less recovery too, so you know which ones are safer. But Paladin has a lead in this round so far. Tao with the sidesteps. Again, he knows Zera very well, but Paladin saw that and also kept sidestepping, so he got another flag. Very nicely done. Parries that initial cut. And I gotta give Tao props too, because I know sometimes he doesn't really like playing Zera that much just because of how he is lately, but still chose to fight a proper knightly duel with longswords. Very honorable of him to mirror with Paladin here. And Paladin, a nice hit that they both missed actually. Wow. And Paladin keeps going. And again, that's why, again, showing some good fight IQ there, because they were both struggling to recover. So his best chance was to get out of that situation was to carry on attacking or grab or something like that. Don't want to be passive in a situation like that. Tao scores a flag himself. But Paladin maintains a lead, which is very impressive against such an opponent. It is on Tao's host too, and I know I've said before, like, host is not that big of an advantage as people make it out to be, but it is still a bit of an advantage, and it, as we can see here, it doesn't matter because Paladin is playing so well. So really nice Zera there, and it's a bit of a messy engagement there. Both of them. Paladin snipes the hand though with that upcut. Beautiful. Proving to be a tough opponent for Tao as it's 1-1. Put Tao in caps there briefly. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we're gonna see a Zera mirror once more. This might be a bit of an upset here if Paladin can take Tao down, but after seeing Paladin's first fight, I saw that potential in him, so I'm glad to see it's being realized this early. It would definitely be an upset, but But if Paladin does it, he's demonstrated that he has the skill to do so. It's definitely not undeserved. Good back X, by the way, after the back Y. I think that was the right play instead of just back Ying, so. Ooh, big slash. Still gets a knee in there. It wasn't a slash, but he was able to stun Tao. Move my cursor there. It's not obstructing much, but still. Sidesteps there, and I think he went for a bit of a slow move there. He still got a hit. I think Paladin needed to go with something a little bit faster to make sure he secures that kill. Thrust a bit out of measure there, and Tao punishes it. But that was a good try. Just a little bit too far for it. Trying to snipe the hand. I like what he was trying there once more, but Tao, very precise with the counter. And now I think experience is starting to take control. Paladin a little out of measure, but that turned out to be a nice bait as he does the back X to the hand right after. He noticed that he was taking up a lot of recovery, so he quickly did a retreat attack. Which is Zera 101, I would say. That's exactly the type of thing you want to do if you know for a fact you're in a bit of danger. But Tao has scored another flag with that, and I think Paladin was just slightly too slow on the punish there, tried to dash in, but again, I love the effort there, and he does a beautiful sidestep. Very, very entertaining fight. Whiffs that, and Tao nearly finishes him there. That was a good hit, but doesn't get the thrust because Paladin was a bit offline. That is something Zera can struggle with if you're sidestepping. But, you know, Zera himself has some very good sidesteps, so while Zera hates being sidestepped himself, you can still use that to your advantage in this matchup. Just gotta be wary of not giving your opponent another angle. I'm amazed that nobody got hit just now. That was crazy exchange. A lot of dashing by Tao. I love that Tao is also being active. He's noticed what Paladin is up to. And the upcut from Paladin after taking a hit, he's still able to get a kill. Good spacing by Paladin. Sidestep and the A cut there as they both go for a sidestep. And Paladin really needed to do that there. He needed to do something to just shut Tao down. Otherwise, I think that would have been Tao's flag. Upcut there, and very close flag, I would say, but Tao is a little more precise. Nice fight, guys.
GG. I think... Okay. The last flag is kinda what's boggling me recently with the characters. Some attacks just happen before the animation even play out, even if character is in no hit stun. Like phantom attacks that are different from the old phantoms. Yeah, like even before I saw my attack appearing, I already hit him. But well, I digress. Yeah, I think Paladin is pretty good with Jara. Like if he plays plebeian more, figures more stuff for him, he will be even better. Yeah, he sure knows his moveset. I allowed myself to kind of relax a little, especially after the first game, to see like how he will respond, and he adjusted really well. He started using better riposts. His sidesteps were really nice. So yeah, good new Jara arriving. Let's go.
Yeah, so congrats, Paladin. You gave a veteran with Zera, specifically, too, a very considerable challenge there. Gotta get more reps in. Yeah, but you did fantastic with that. You do that, you'll be a great Zera player. And I love that you brought your own style to the game, too. You use some moves that I feel like we don't see very much of, but you use them very well.
Subu, may I ask that maybe me and Chizes fight now?
Yeah.
So we don't switch hosts and just save up the time, and then we can do a bunch on yours.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, we can do that. That's fine.
Alright. I think he needs Steam, or if I'm not mistaken.
It matters, but we can ask him, yeah.
I think I was giving him Steam a few times because yeah, it was better for him on Steam.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah. You don't need controls, so it wouldn't be an issue. One moment, I'll post a link for him.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
Then it's easier. If it doesn't matter, let's go Parsec, obviously. Maybe I've mistaken him for someone. Like, I know a few players need Steam on my host, or rather than Parsec. Earlier it was like 1 or 2, now there are more, and I start forgetting who needs it and who doesn't. Okay. And he's on the left side now, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Hmm.
Okay, Cheese is going with Alex, which can be a challenge for Isabella. And there's a flag for Cheeses right away. And Venador is bringing up a good point about new players as well. They often bring stuff to the table you don't expect. Maybe they have experience in different games, they have experience in HEMA, or they just have their own plan that is very different from your own plan. And so what can happen is they can surprise you. One of two things can happen. Either they're not following the quote-unquote rules of the game, they're not playing the fundamentals of the game like you might be expecting, so the fight's messier than you're expecting, or because of whatever past experience they might have, they're using stuff very intelligently that you're not expecting. So they can be unpredictable in both of those ways, and so it can be very difficult to fight them. They might also surprise you with their fight IQ as well, just in general. Like we saw a Paladin, I would say, who does HEMA, I believe he said in the Discord, so... that definitely especially showed, I think, in his fight with Tau. And that's a double. I don't know if he said what weapon, but I would have guessed German longsword from the character selection. Ooh, nice exchange between these two. Goes for the jump. Somehow, yeah, Alex's guard for you right there. He still somehow blocks the follow-up. Goes low, and Tau is tired. Chesses finally gets it there. Okay, so Chizo's now taking it a little bit slow. Doesn't want to overextend. Yeah, now he goes ham, as I say that. That's often what happens. You say somebody's being a bit passive, maybe a bit aggressive, whatever it is, and suddenly they do the complete opposite. And sometimes I'm pretty sure it's because you mentioned that somebody's being a little passive, whatever the reason might be. And maybe the person's like, wait, I'm not passive. What's this commentator talking about? And so they want to immediately prove them wrong. I wonder if that's sometimes what happens. I don't know if it was what happened there, but I like to think that's sometimes what's happening. Alright, but Tau does take the first round. And obviously that's not to hate on people who have defensive styles or aggressive styles, whatever they enjoy. It's just Just something I've noticed. There's a bit of a commentator curse with that. They always do the opposite of what you're talking about. That's some of these times. Out of nowhere. Tower's actually going with Yendrick this time. And he got 2 flags out of that. This could be a very tough matchup, so brave pick by Tao. But perhaps he wasn't enjoying the Isabella matchup. He might have been finding it too hard, despite winning, so we'll see what happens. Yendrick might offer him the tools to get through Alex's guard, so there is a method to that madness, I would say. He really wants that hook with the axe, but this time he disembowels Alex with that one-handed chop. Got 18 viewers in the stream. That's actually impressive for my channel, so love to see that. Going with the jump, but it doesn't quite pan out there. Yendrick doesn't have much of a guard because he uses an axe, but he does have a lot of offensive power. And his active defense, that is, his chops, can sometimes shield him. That's really how you defend with Yendrick. You use the threat of the axe combined with your active parries, your swings with the axe to take the sting out of attacks or even deflect them and block them outright. Good blade beat there by Cheesel's Bear. But Tao only needs one more, and against Yendrick that is scary, because all it takes is one little mistake, and that mistake might even be just guarding. It might not even be something that would normally be a mistake in this game, because Yendrick is such a glass cannon. I like what Cheese is trying to do, but yeah, as soon as your defense collapses against Yendrick, it's often over.
GG. I didn't pick Yandrek because of some tactical reasons. Just wanted to roll with him, and then I remembered that actually Oak taught me an ancient secret technique that makes Yandrek better. And I tried to use it like in real competitive fight to see if it works. And it kind of worked. I'm surprised.
Okay.
Positively surprised. So let's see if it keeps working.
Nice. Alright. So, we've got 3C against Lanchknecht
GG, by the
now.
way.
To do your fight, we'd have to do fights from round 3 anyway, so we'll transition back to my host. They've also been waiting for quite a while, so. Yendrick's got some moves. He really does. Knight might need Tower's host again because if your fight is after 3C. Yeah, we can do that.
So I'm hosting again?
Not just yet.
Okay.
You'll be hosting right after this one. Okay, 3C, you'll be on the left, and Lanchknecht on the right.
And I'm not trolling. I mean, I'm joking about it being some super secret technique, but indeed, Oak told me something about Yandrek that I haven't realized previously myself. And it's working indeed. I mean, I already told it to whomever I was sparring with, but because it's a tourney, I'll keep it for now until the very end. Until the Yandrek is dead, and then you can loot the scroll with the technique from his body.
Very well. Going back with Connor, which makes sense, as Connor was tough, by the way, as Tao was mentioning, I was very close to losing, so. And it was both the rounds I won. Don't let the score light fool you.
Okay, so still Connor.
Yep.
No Marina, unfortunately.
I have to say though, I haven't seen Connor in the longest time. It feels like, so I welcome it.
Alright, let's see what Lance can do about these stability stabs that Connor has.
There's a hit already for Lens.
I guess I'll just watch and trust your commentary because I see it with delay.
Yeah, no worries. Big slashes.
People
Nice
keep
stream.
mentioning this aura farming. I already asked about it once. Someone told me what it is, and I already forgot what aura farming is. Farming, no, for me because I'm an old MMO player, is like bad memories.
Yeah.
Some Vietnam flashbacks that I want to forget.
Yeah. It's some stupid Gen Z stuff. It means like you're doing stuff just to look cool. So some young person from Gen Z would look at what Piper does and say he does a lot of aura farming. Because he always wants to put on a show. He's doing these head bobs, he's just going
But
in.
it's not like he's doing it to gain some benefit out of it. It's who he is. He likes doing this. He enjoys doing this.
Yeah, but it's when they like power up. Yeah, it's meant to imply that. You're a millennial. Yeah, well, it comes from Gen Z. So, and look, I'm part of that generation. As much as I like to distance myself from it, because I'm kind of on the older side in that generation, but I am still part of it.
And for any farmers, etc., I was playing a lot of Yandrek earlier. I even won some Yandrek tourneys. So Yandrek is like my one of the old sub characters.
Yeah.
Actually, I consider Yandrek mirrors are very fun. Also, I was playing him a little recently, and I realized that hook can be used in a very interesting way. Also, in Yandrek mirrors, you just need to time it correctly, and then yeah, you can pull it off.
And wow,
Unfortunately, some characters who have very fast cuts can still cut out of being hooked animation. This is very irritating for Yandrek.
Alright, switch sides, guys. 3C had a pretty dominant performance, actually.
Yandrek OP, and then poop emoji. When you say Yandrek is that unconventional? Well, he kinda is, but because his defense is pretty bad, it's still easier to find ways to fighting him as, say, like when you don't have appropriate tools, but you have to fight shield user.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, by appropriate tools, I obviously mean those leg cuts, attacks from your left side.
Yeah. Yeah, and this round Lanchknecht seems to be figuring some stuff out. I think Tarna just struggles a lot against any character that has very tight moves, whether they're cuts or stabs, that can interrupt him. And if their defense is reliable enough to stop his replies, or they can move away quick enough, stuff like that. Big slashes, Lanchknecht taking another one. It is actually
For
4 to
some
0.
reason,
Mm-hmm.
3C decided to dodge there, and that wasn't a good idea.
Goes low. Good leg void by Lance. Lance got sniped there, but no kill just yet. Goes for a grab, and there's a brutal stab. Yeah, I could see that actually being better against Marina. And then Connor, because the way Connor holds his shield. Oh, some lag perhaps. Just the long guard when you guys are ready. I assume it's Lance who's having the lag spike. We'll just let it pass or switch hosts if we need to. Alright, 1 second. Lagging? Yeah, no worries. Just let us know. She moves it more, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we can just wait out the lag spike.
Yeah. Fortunately, if some long distances like this, it can last quite a while. If something's going wrong, whether it's the host or the person connecting, whatever it is. Alright, I think it's past 3C, long guard. Yeah, beautiful. You guys can continue fighting. I'm glad we established that gesture that we are ready to. It's really helpful.
Yeah, you needed
Yeah.
some method of communication without this while you are in game.
Yeah, it just makes it so much easier. Good stab to the head.
Oh, and actually, people can use text chat in Parsec, when they are in Parsec. But you won't be able to see what they are writing. This
Yeah.
is the most hilarious thing.
Yeah, it worked in arcade, but not regular Parsec.
Yeah, it was like that back then too when there was arcade. That's why I preferred to fight on arcade as well when it was available. Because then everyone can use the chat, but private matches hosted can't see what's going on in the chat.
Actually, it's 1-1. I think Lange Connect just got more aggressive this fight, this round. And so it's become harder for 3C to cope with it. Alright, you guys can continue on. I'll just be right back.
Alright. So yeah, I guess Lance figured out the combos to use and hit Connor through his shield, or maybe even if his first hit doesn't land, at least the follow-up lands. The first hit is used more as a bait, and then land a follow-up single tempo when Connor tries to repost, and his shield is not such a good cover anymore. Let's see if 3C can adapt to this, or if Lance will continue. Yeah, Lance just fills the space in between them with cuts when he has stamina. Approach and the sidestep cut while covering himself. Yeah, I think it's beneficial if 3C uses more attacks that place shield on the central line and he hits from sidestep. So he can stop those powerful cuts that landed throwing and hit him out of it, hit stun and follow up.
Yeah, nice hit from Lance. It really makes such a difference that he's claiming space with that sword, like they're mentioning in the chat as well. Especially if you beat that blade, it becomes harder for Connor. Getting tired, Lance there.
Yep.
And his blade keeps getting tapped, so he keeps getting put back in the tired state. Yeah, that was great by a 3C, not overextending.
On this tired, but no punishment comes. Oh. How far apart are we, Subu?
We're like 1.5
What is
flags apart is what I would estimate.
What is the score for you right now?
It is 3-3.
Oh, okay. Oh, and it just happened to me.
Yeah.
3-3.
Ooh, false edge cut by 3C. Yeah, I actually did at some point change YouTube so it's less delayed, but unfortunately YouTube will always be a little bit delayed, so.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I'm glad that this fight is closer.
Yeah.
Like for both of them, nobody's really dominating and they're going toe to toe.
Yeah, after that 1-1, it's a very fitting end, I would say, to this fight.
Yeah, true. They both adapted to whatever their opponent was doing, and now the better fighter will prevail.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of pressure on both of them now.
Yeah, what Daisy says.
Yeah.
Actually, after I switched to Twitch, not because I wanted it, but out of necessity, because I wasn't able to continue streaming on YouTube due to it being blocked. But I really like how low is delay on Twitch.
Yeah.
Like, Vinu was able to watch the stream, commentate, and we were like 5 seconds apart. Something like this.
Yeah. Ooh, leg void. And actually 3C is very close to finishing the fight. And there it is, the sidestep as Lance tries to go in for a cut. That was beautifully executed. 3C takes it.
Oh, okay. Oak suggested me to watch the stream in 2x speed. Okay, let's see. I thought if I'm just watching it live, I will be on the same page as most viewers anyway.
YY sidestep is great. It really is. Synth will be fighting now, so we'll have to switch to your host anyway. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Oh, go on, super sorry.
Sorry, I was just saying thank you to Lanchknecht for competing. And yeah, we'll do your fight. Yeah, 3C.
Okay. I think she needs my host as well.
She does, yeah, so we're gonna be switching.
Okay.
And then we'll do the dreaded, at least for Venator, it's dreaded. Maybe the feeling's mutual. Venator versus Daisy.
Okay, I posted the link for Parsec, and you can join too, Subu.
Yeah, and I think we'll do that one on yours as well. I mean, they're both EU anyway, so
Okay.
it just makes the most sense. Yeah, I don't want to switch too much between hosts, and I think Venator will do better on your host, so.
Okay, 3C is in.
And as for you, Oak, also let me know what you think. If you're cool with my host, we'll switch back at that point, or we can keep going with Tao.
Yeah, sorry. Forgot about that. One moment, Usami. Oh, but yeah, we'll have to use Steam then, I think, for 3C as well. Which are... Oh. I will have to switch anyways, yeah. Sorry, 3C, one moment. I'll have to give both of you Steam links.
At least Daisy can't 6-1 me, a Venator says. You'd prefer to play on the original host? We can do that as well. Yeah, whatever you prefer, Venator.
Okay, they are in.
As long as Daisy's not having any major issues with that, I don't mind.
Okay, so Sammy goes with her main,
Mm-hmm.
and 3C switches. Ah no, it was
He was Connor last time. Now he's
yeah,
Marina.
yeah. I thought I'm forgetting something, but yeah, switched back to Marina.
Yeah, and he has switched between them before, so I'm actually not super surprised. That chop not connecting, but it was a good try. I think the chop's actually a good tool here to harass with, and you know, sometimes if Marina exposes herself, it will land. It's just a good way to test the waters from a really long range where she cannot attack you.
Oh, dashing to push,
Double.
but yeah, pushes are now almost useless versus someone win back. They recover too fast.
Yeah. Good attempt at a hand snipe there by Synth, but it's just not connecting. Chop, heck why? Lands some hits, but yeah, Jan can get tired pretty easily if you're not careful. Heck why?
Yeah, that stab isn't as useful versus her. Just bonk bonk in the shield.
Yeah.
Or maybe his idea is to get her even more tired.
Yeah, that could be what she's going for. And actually this time, maybe 3C was doing something that allowed it to bypass.
Oh, nice.
Too many chops, maybe, yeah.
That was a good riposte.
I do like that Synth is using Jan's range. Not trying to fight from too close.
Yep, best rapier style.
Yeah. Corkscrew, wow. But that was parried big time. In fact, it was parried so badly it was hard to tell it was a corkscrew, almost. It was just the body posture that told me what it was.
Yeah.
So, the Synth got away pretty lucky, I would say, all things considered.
Oh
Cross down
no.
low.
Dashing is dangerous like that, you lower your shield and you want it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Synth is playing this correctly, I would say, mostly. I mean, Jan just doesn't have the explosive moves that Bara has, I think, to kill her immediately. Just as explosively as Bara can, so... I think this is how I would play it as well.
Yeah, 3C is struggling here to get close enough.
Oh.
I think it's fine to take more risks here. Like, you don't need to try to push with these changes. You just get close and land that forward Y or maybe right Y. Also, horizontal combo that hits lower.
Okay, so Synth needs one more, but 3C still putting up a fight. Synth getting backed into the corner. Good snipe by 3C, but no kill yet. The arm glitching a little bit after that cut.
Oh, the leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marina is toast after losing the leg.
And run right through there by that stab.
Switch to Mata Zoro.
Interesting.
Sami wants some aura farming as well.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many of these Gen Z stuff that it feels like I'm a generation separate from because I don't understand them. Like, you've
Well,
got, yeah,
new terms are getting introduced as we leave, so
yeah,
it happens.
yeah.
I'm
They
just
get
mostly
spread so
trying to
fast.
check how relevant they are and like do they solve some issue that wasn't
Yeah,
solved by previous terms.
yeah,
Like I asked some month ago about the exact meaning of cringe, our guys I mean, and
yeah,
after they explained it to me, I was like, okay. And then I started noticing more that a lot of people in the internet, like YouTube comments and etc., they use it
mhm,
like in more wide spectrum for more wide spectrum of meanings.
yeah,
They just take it as something negative or a meaning that well you can just write it, oh I dislike this, but they just write instead I feel cringe from this.
yeah,
So that's it. Just it got to the level of different word used for the same term that we
yeah,
already have.
yeah. That's the part of it that I usually don't understand. Millennial at heart. I mean, I'm almost a millennial. Born in 2000, so I'm almost there. Not quite.
Okay, so who am I? 1983.
You'd be millennial, I believe. Just barely. Yeah, you'd be like on the tail end.
So when does it start?
1981 was it? Somewhere like 1980 or something like that.
And when does it end?
1996. So that's why I say I'm almost a millennial. Like I'm kind of
Ah, I see, I see.
close to the border.
Oh, right in the crotch.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, nice Russians. That's how you can use Marina versus Martha. You can stop some of her thrusts with the chill, and as you get close, you unleash your cuts that are really fast.
Yeah. Ooh, tried to dash in, got punished a little bit. Nice back Y. Double.
Oh, nice blade bit, but yeah, follow up is not fast enough. Martha still recovers.
Oh, but there it is.
Oh.
Nice.
Yep. For those who don't know, Marina says something like, take out this trash.
Yeah.
That phrase.
Okay, it's 1-1.
Are there any issues? Right side, 3C. Okay, all good. Or is it? Cebu, does
Yeah,
he write anything at all in Discord chat?
let me check quickly.
3C is not selecting a character. Oh no, it's
Oh,
spoken.
I think he made an
So,
oops. Alright, I don't know.
okay. Well,
Alright,
the
well,
radiant
yeah,
started now, so seemed all good. I'll be back in a moment.
yeah, no problem. Nice snap cut there. Marina actually does have a few of those as well. It's not just the single saber characters that use those a lot. Well, that Y cut has trouble landing on Marina, I've noticed, which is interesting because I thought it had the perfect angle. It might be against a lot of characters too. It may not just be in this matchup, but that is the matchup where I've been noticing it. Good cut to the hand by Usami. And again, that subtle sidestep, but it works very well. I have to say, Synth is a very versatile player as well. Not only has she excelled with Yon, but we're able to see that she can excel with multiple characters, including Sam, Isabella, and actually Martha sometimes as well. 3-3 right now. Another close one that 3C has had to fight. Goes low. Nice try. That's a very good move here, but doesn't quite land it. Again, a nice try, but not able to find the head there if that cut. Sam very strong against Marina. I agree. Agree 100%. Sometimes I switch to Sam when I feel like Bar is not enough.
And
He's my
Maestro using
anti-Marina.
Sam versus her too.
Yeah. Yeah. The main reason I sometimes don't is just because I think Barabash is also a strong pick. It's just if I need someone who has a better guard and takes things a little more slowly, then Sam is my guy for this matchup. He has reach too, that was just kind of nice. Barabash has to get a little bit close. And 3C needs one more. He's been doing great this tournament. And this would be a pretty prestigious win, actually, I would say, given Sim's record lately. Nice leg void hit to the head. Dashes in, that nearly was very bad for 3C. I don't think Sim quite expected it back. Why after the sidestep? Beautiful.
Yeah, narrowly avoided the leg cut, but back Y.
Yeah. Sim tries to end it there if that cut. Sidesteps by both of them. Sim dashing to the side. I like that she's trying to target the sword side, but then goes low out of nowhere. Nice. Sim takes it.
Wow. Very close fight, but yeah. Sami showed a very good adaptation in the end, using those sidestep attacks and keeping the range just right.
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah, very well fought, both of you. And thank you, 3C, for competing. Hope to see you in future tournaments.
Yep, for sure. More time spent on Marina, the better you become.
Okay, we'll try my host, but as I said, Venator, I'm more than happy to switch back to Tau if we need to.
Mm-hmm.
And although I think technical issues have slowed us down a little bit, we are making some very good progress now. And we're down to round 3, so. Okay, Venator, you will be on the left. Then Daisy on the right.
Okay, so Vanna said that 83 is silent generation. Why is it silent?
It's just what people call it. I forget exactly why.
Well, Vanna, you wrote it. You tell me. Why is it silent generation? What's the trick?
I think no, that's from before the boomers. That's he was messing with you is what he was doing. He's saying you're even older than a
No,
boomer.
I'm too old, so I can't Google it. I don't know how to Google. I'm used to asking people if I don't know something. Okay, watch this thing now.
Okay. So we've got an Alexander from Venator, which makes sense. Maybe slightly unorthodox at first glance, but he has played a lot of Alex, and he believes, I think, this matchup favors Alex, which I think is true.
I'm so not used uh, to watch videos at 2x speed to catch up to what's going on.
Yeah, it's all good. Double.
2x speed looks very funny for Hellish Quart.
Punch there in the back line, nice. Goes low, perfect hit. Well, Venator gets sidestepped big time there because he tried to grab. That's something that Alex can fall prey to as well, just in general. He is very good at lateral movement, but you can easily overextend because he steps forward so fast, and he does so automatically in a lot of cases, so. Controlling his footwork is the main difficult part with playing. With all the strengths that he has now, he's arguably a lot easier to play than he used to be, but it's definitely still something that throws a lot of people off who try playing him.
Okay, so I googled it and this generational stuff doesn't apply to me at all. I'm not from USA.
That is a good point. Our contexts are very different. Because you guys had the Soviet Union and a bunch of other stuff. Like, it's just experiences that we in the Western world don't have.
Yeah, like these meme titles, so to say, are based on some specific traits relevant for
Yeah.
NA mostly.
Yeah. Goes low there. And Venator needs one more actually to take this win. Very close though. It's not over for Daisy this round.
I would be someone like Clueless Soviet or something like this. Because that's literally one of the latest generations born in USSR before it disappeared. So I was born there, but I didn't even understand what it was.
Right. Okay, Venator takes it, but it was close. At least he can say he wasn't walked all over. Whatever happens going forward. And I'm glad the connection is working well for both. Yeah, Daisy put up a great fight, proving to be a formidable opponent this tournament.
Yep, for sure.
She and Usami have improved so much. And I think Paladin, if the trend with him continues, he'll be another one of these prospects that rises to greatness.
By the way, is he from Canada or from USA?
USA.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, then he can spar a lot with Plebeian and pick even more things for Jara usage.
Ooh, the dash thrust there. Very easy to sidestep it. Especially for Alex.
Oh, did Venom play Alex in the first one as well? I was
Yeah, he did.
Googling, not
It's
watching.
all good. Yeah, he
Ah,
did.
I see.
And it was very close. But Daisy ended up losing. Y cut there.
Yeah, Alex is a good pick versus Marina.
Yeah.
Can hit her weak spots, move really fast to match her footsies.
Nice low cut by Venator. Now Venator's just taking control here. He's figured some stuff out. Daisy only has one flag, Venator 5. So it's not looking so good for Daisy. Nice retreat Y. Venator needs one more to win the whole fight. So Daisy has to lock in.
Oh, so I checked those leg cuts and actually Isabella, for example, blocks them really well, but yeah, shield users just can't.
Yeah.
Pretty hilarious how good they are versus certain type of attack
Yeah.
and how super weak they are versus something else.
Yeah. I guess it is a weakness of using a shield in real life, just that if someone goes high-low, it can be tough to move that thing where you need it to go. Depending on what type of shield we're talking about, of course. Others would not have trouble, like a Roman Scutum would have zero issue with leg attacks, pretty much. It would just be a quick adjustment, but...
Yeah, I was joking earlier, you can give Scutum to Connor and he would make a proper Legionia
Yeah.
with those stabs.
Yeah. But GG, guys. And good effort by Daisy. Now Oak will be fighting me. He's been waiting quite a while, as have I.
So Daisy will meet Usami in the round 3 of losers bracket, and whoever loses now, Oak or you, will be fighting me there.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, like once we hit round 3, there's just no easy fights, no matter what.
Yep, for sure.
Not to trivialize the last rounds, there's definitely some strong competition there, some great fights that we saw, but it's just only gonna get harder with the level of competition we're seeing here now.
Well, that's the nature of elimination.
Yeah. Okay. I'm actually gonna give Bara a try first, but we'll see what happens if Oak is able to take this first round.
He's still going easy, I see, I
Yeah.
see. Yeah, I'm still not used to him taking it easy. I associate him with Laszlo too much. Right. I think I go to proper life, as close I can get to life. Subo already has 2 flags. Rogue has no stamina and probably that's it for him. Oh, it's not good. It's so fast. Yeah, so we decided to go low and open his head, and Oak is always happy to just forward Y cut. Yeah, I don't know why Cobalt can't buff your stamina a little, at least to make it on par with other characters. I messaged him some month ago about this, but he just ignored it. Easy mains message Kobold Moy about her stamina. Maybe we can en masse push this change. Well, some Saber characters in comparison to Sami, like Jan, they even have more stamina than average. So if Easy at least had that average, that would be decent. And again, she's kind of average on speed, not slow, but she moves slower than fast Saber characters like Bara or Jan, for example. Not to mention Alex moves even faster.
Alright, we're switching sides.
Well, to be fair, Kalk also has this, but yeah, that's characters with low stamina for some unknown reason. And I think Kobold made it like that a long time ago in 2021 when he was rebalancing stamina overall, and Easy was dominating and like was generally considered the best character, and she was the most character as well. But since then, she received a lot of changes. A lot of other characters were updated, became stronger, and so on and so forth. So, what the game is right now, I think it's only proper to make her on par with at least average stamina characters. Anyways, back to the match. This one is pretty close. Oak still tries to maintain the pressure with cuts and occasional thrust mixes. Subu challenges that pressure application, trying to move forward as well. Doesn't use fast cuts. The chop goes right to the head. Oh, what double. Easy got hit, but still tracked Bara to the side. Don't really think Alex needs nerfs outside of his movement speed when he's tired. This thing is not normal. I'd rather see him buffing Marie and some other characters. Oh, snap cut. I want new Longsword to have proper Zwergopter that Easy once had. And yeah, if it's gonna be German, then yeah, for sure. That character definitely should have it. Oh, double. Snap cut for the double. Yeah, this is very fast paced and actually fight. Oh, triple combo blocked, but Zog tried to repulse, but still got him with one more attack. Oh, and Saber just bounced off to his face. That's almost it. Oh, I see. Another forward wide by Oak. Oh yeah, that Linga. Again, I got Linga. Yeah, going low versus someone Zoke. He's dangerous. He's always trigger happy. Always willing to hit you with a cut. Single tempo.
GG.
I'll try to react to whatever you're throwing. Oh, okay. Thank you for those spoilers. I need to. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
So you won it. There was a match point for both of you, but you managed to get that last flag. Well played. That was a very fast fight.
Yeah, I loved it.
A lot of action. Like you were both on a crashing course, always trying to pressure each other. Okay, so I guess I have to fight Oak.
Actually, Def Daisy versus Usami is coming up first, but we'll still
Okay,
migrate to your host, I think, just because.
okay,
Sync needs Steam, so.
okay, let's do it. Oh wow, I have over 1000 FPS when the game is loading.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Daisy and Usami. So link for Daisy. Link for Usami.
All right, I'm in.
Now, yeah, Daisy's using controller. All good. And you can make your picks. Ah, we both inputted it. One moment. Let me switch the map now, please. Okay, so Sami did the best versus Marina with Jan. Let's see what Daisy can do about it. Oh my,
Nice.
right into the face. Oh, I guess because Marina was attacking, that attack went right in. Usually it's getting blocked by the shield. Oh, that light cut helped. Reduced hit stun on Jan.
Mm-hmm.
If you think about it, Jan is actually a big pimp. Such fancy boots, pants, that coat, and then overcoat as well. His hat is a bit simplistic, but otherwise, yeah, he's really stylish.
Yeah, there's no question. Very good usage of Yawn here in this matchup, which I think is a little
Oh,
bit more tricky than, say, Bara versus Marina. It's definitely very winnable. It's just you don't have tools that will end the fight, like, in a flash, reliably, I feel like.
yeah, slightly less tools than Bara.
Yeah. You've got to play that sniping game, or the horse archery game, as you called it.
Yeah. Mongol style.
Yeah. Nice back line. Exactly. Like a horse archer there, drew Marina in, finished her off.
Oh, what a dash. Yeah, nice side steps. Again, because Marina is moving to her right, she puts the shield at the center to possibly block whatever will be thrown single tempo against her, so that's a good move. Actually, so far from what I see from Marina players, they mostly use like a basic move set. The most obvious ones, like some sidestep, whether it's right Y or maybe left X, like forward Y. So moves that carry over from many other characters, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But actually, she has some interesting moves that also put her shield either to cover her head or maybe her lower part of the body. I think if someone stick to Marina for a longer time, they would incorporate these moves as well into their rotation, and Marina, especially with these recent push changes, would become even stronger because
Yeah.
then you would know like what common moves you can throw in specific matchups.
Yeah.
So you can do even better single tempo without being afraid of being interrupted as you go in.
Yeah. That was a good hit from Daisy there, but just wasn't able to get the kill. This is a very close match here. But Sid gets it. Wow.
Oh, that chop hits right through.
Yeah. Wait, the fight's not over yet.
Yeah, it's just the first one. One moment. I'll give a new link to Sammy.
It happens for the best of us, so don't worry about it. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
here you
okay.
go. Oh, Daisy even has an avatar or a fencer with sword and buckler. So it's natural for her to roll with Marina. Okay, swap sides. Okay, Sam now.
See how it goes. Probably thought Sam was a better pick in this matchup, which I agree with.
And Sam looks exactly like an escaped slave.
Yeah,
Very cheap and simple clothing.
yeah. but he's got that ring.
Unshaved beard, unwashed hair cut.
Yeah, exactly. It's a funny contrast though. It's like he's got that ring, so it kind of shows you what his actual status is. But
Yeah.
yeah, he definitely looks like a slave. Although I wonder, he must have stolen it back, because that is one of the first things I feel like
Well,
some
yeah.
Ottomans would
Yeah.
take from him. So I wonder about that.
Or maybe he somehow recovered it.
Yeah,
Or maybe he killed someone on
yeah,
during his escape
could
and
be.
got that ring from there.
Yeah,
You never know.
yeah. I bet you there's a story there. Hopefully, Kupel pays attention to that detail.
Well, supposedly he's the main character.
Yeah.
Yazek is just a main character for a side story.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and as far as how Samuel plays, I think he does play more like a main character. He's easier to pick up, so I can see it, at least based on the moveset. That was a funny twist, though. Like, we had no idea that was the case for a long time.
Yeah, yeah. Because Kubald initially announced that Yazek will become a character for his story, but then, yeah, it just appeared as a side story, not as a big main story.
Yeah.
Also, I'm still waiting for that Gera story.
Yeah, yeah. That'll be great.
But then you never know, maybe he just placed it there as the next one, but in fact it's the same way as with Helmet Guy.
Ooh, high-low from Daisy, but Synth keeps her cool. Nice, sidestep.
Yeah, X-Cut sidestep is really good. I only recently discovered it.
Yeah, people have been calling that the koala for a while. Actually, when Koala was playing anyway.
Yeah.
And that was around the time we called the sidestep Y the Vineyard, so there's a good contrast. They both had a similar thing going.
I see, and people didn't call it koala enough, that's why I don't remember it.
Yeah, yeah. And it's just that he stopped playing, I think, so it kind of fell out of use a little bit.
Need to remember this.
Yeah.
That's an important history of our community.
100%. Ooh, just gets in there with the punch, I think that was. Not a push, but similar idea.
Actually, if you get punched with this bosom, it's way harder than just with naked first.
That is true, yeah. It would hurt. The rim of the shield, too, could also really hurt you.
Yeah.
Those low cuts were not connecting. I'm kind of surprised. So Daisy's getting confidence back, I would say. Oh my, okay. Some jank, maybe. Okay, this time the shield definitely stopped it, yeah. Thrust? Wow. Nicely done.
Yeah, but it's somewhat slow if Daisy finds a way to call it out here like this. Oh, but she didn't follow it up.
And that A cut was shielding Sam a bit too, which helped. This round still isn't over. Goes low and immediately there. Yeah. What could be the biggest possible ping that's not an internet issue? I would think in the 300s. Maybe.
I played on 300 ping.
Yeah.
On Japanese host. But actually it was smooth.
Yeah.
Back then, connection quality was pretty good, but yeah, only delay. And I was I managed to have some decent fun while playing on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Highest was 320. Yeah, I think it's in the 300s.
Oh.
Synth takes it.
Just jumps on that saber.
Yeah.
GG. GG.
Thank you, Daisy, for competing. That was an impressive performance. Just very tough competition here. Very close fight, though. Synth was just able to land that stab a few times. It was really well executed.
Okay, so I guess let's get Oak here.
Yeah. Oak will be on the left, Tau on the right. And then I will... Actually, yeah, I'll fight Venator after this.
One moment. Yeah.
Just to give you guys a break,
Need
depending on
to
who
restart
wins.
the game. My controller is not responding because it was previously disabled and we used Steam.
Yeah, they have good internet in East Asia, and really, that's kind of what I've been saying before. It's not just about distance, it's about how stable is your connection. If your connection is stable, there'll definitely be more delay, say, of East Asia for me than, somewhere closer in the US, but it's still manageable. You can see everything that's happening, and it's not so massive that you can't fight. If it's unstable, though, there's no way I could possibly handle a connection of East Asia. Not to say that it's ideal to be playing with people from East Asia in games. Generally, it's not for NA people or Europe or EU people, but there are definitely cases where it can be done. Greatly depends on the game. Like in Shiv, I would not even attempt to fight somebody from East Asia on an East Asian server. I think that would end terribly, because EU and NA is actually a pretty big delay in that game. So, I'd say that's probably true for a game like Mountain Blade as well. I wouldn't want to fight somebody who's that far away on their own host server, so... Yeah, it can greatly depend on the game. Anyway, nice longsword fight here. Let's focus back on the fight. 3-3 so far. Perfect thrust from Oak. And unfortunately, this is a fight of elimination on the line. One of these two fantastic fighters will have to go. The finish line is in sight. I know this tourney went on a little bit longer perhaps than we were hoping. Not within unreasonable length, I would say, but a little bit long because of the technical issues. But from here on out, it's going to go even quicker, so. That is another reason, too, why it's actually a great idea that Venator does the best of one thing. Particularly if you have a lot of people, it's good to have some kind of method to reduce the flags. Active parry there at the snap cut, and Oak looking a little bit tired, definitely got injured there. He has a flag up though. If he wins this flag, this round will be over. And he's not afraid to get in there and start throwing swings, as long as he maintains that stamina. Definitely a balancing act with Isabella, as Venator knows well. Ooh, stab. And now that's where, that's where the stamina is gonna drop. And it doesn't matter how much Oak moves, it's actually potentially making it worse in a lot of cases, but I can't say I have an answer as far as what to do beyond that. Maybe just throw a tired swing out there, sometimes that works, but I would say 9 times out of 10. I'm absurdly lucky with that stuff for some reason, but for most people, like, you're just you're just done with Isabella once you're tired like that. And sometimes I don't even know how I do it. I guess it's just really good distance management combined with overconfidence on the opponent's part, but I don't know. I just feel like I get lucky. So I hesitate to chalk it up to skill or anything like that. The bad side of Isabella, yeah. Yeah, Tower's able to bring it back in the end. There's a Y cut there. Yeah, Tao wanting to show off that, I guess, the secret technique, which that might have been it, but I'm not sure. He might let us know after the tournament or if he's beaten. Ooh, parries the sword a little bit, actually, with the dashing back. Ooh, nice. Yeah, Marie really hates that forward Y especially. It doesn't matter how you time it, you just walk forward and Y. And Marie, I think it's mostly because Marie is weak, to be fair, but Marie will just get blade beat no matter what she does. And unless she's absurdly creative, she will lose every single flag. Yeah, it was against Marie, but Y is a combo. Well, technically it's two Ys, but you can keep pressing Y, and the game considers that a combo, I think. Or at least a bunch of separate two-hit combos that chain together. That might be technically what's going on, but that's why she can use it so fast. It is a combo. It's not, to my knowledge anyway, because Isabella has attack linking. She doesn't actually have that, it's more that she has lots of combos. So it feels like she has attack linking, I believe. But I don't think she actually has it. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. I know a lot of stuff changed with that. Tao takes it.
GG Oak. I managed to confuse him with Yandrik at least a little, I guess.
Yeah, good fight,
Okay.
guys.
So, who's next?
It'll be Venator against me.
Ah, okay.
If Venator wants to fight on your host, I don't mind. I'll leave that up to him.
Maybe we can do me versus Usami first then, because we already sit on mine.
Sure.
Anyways.
Sure, we can do that, actually. That would be more efficient. So, Synth will be on the left, Tao will be on the right. Sorry to call your name Venator, we'll do this first. Tao brought up a good point with the... If I can spell Usami correctly.
Okay, and here is a link for her. So, she beat me in yesterday's tourney.
Yeah.
I have a revenge match to do. Let's
Yeah.
see how it goes.
Yeah. And as for when I figured out that Isabella could YYY, I knew it ever since Vinu started doing it. It was way back, and it was to try and make a point that Isabella was overpowered at the time. So he would literally just march forward and press a bunch of Y inputs. And that was his tactic to fight Isabella mains. And, you know, it wouldn't always work, but it was just a very, very different strategy from what most Isabellas were doing. And it was technically a combo, so it came out pretty fast. But it's only recently that I thought of trying to do that against Marie. Because usually long guard is what you're supposed to do. But... And it came because I had to fight Info, and I was lagging a lot on Tower's host, but I was like, I don't want to just quit, right? Or anything like that. So I'll fight it out anyway. And I switched to Isabella. And I was like, okay, I can't time my long guard, and if I just hold long guard, info is gonna beat it down. So because I couldn't time anything, I decided to just start throwing Y cuts and hope it worked, and it did. But again, I think that it's more, especially in the current balance state of the game, it's more to do with Marie being too weak. It's not to do with Isabella being overpowered in this case, or anything like that. She's definitely not overpowered. Because I think most characters, if you just press Y a bunch of times with Isabella, you could just be patient. Or even let her whiff. Like, you could just back away and let her whiff, and then she'll be tired. Or you can just block and then counter. It's just when you're Marie, your blade's gonna get beat no matter what you do. So that's where the problems start. But anywho, back to the... Let's focus on this fight here. This is a pretty important one for Synth and Tao. Tao with the high guard cut. Synth once again excelling in this tournament here, and it doesn't seem to matter what region. Although I would love to see her perform on an Asian host. The tournament scene in Asia lately just hasn't been as active as it used to be. I'm not saying they're not doing any events at all, but it definitely doesn't have the life that our community has. But if anybody from that region wants to host events, they're obviously welcome to do so here. That's not a problem at all. So we've always been open to a host from that region too. The reason why Quest opened that server was just because from his perspective, he thought we weren't providing for the East Asian community enough, and he thought it was more convenient just to have all of the East Asian events over there on his server. Because they had their own group as well, like the East Asian community has its own members and stuff like that, so he felt it was best to migrate over there. And they used to be quite active. They used to do quite a few events, but nowadays they're not as active, so. And I think unfortunately a big part of that is just Quest isn't as active lately, and I hope he's doing alright, because I remember he was having like a really rough day, and then we didn't hear much from him, so that could also be part of the problem. So I hope he's doing alright, but haven't heard much, so. Should definitely reach out. A nice cut to the hand, and Tao takes it this first round. But again, close fight. Synth is fighting one of the veterans of the server, really proving that she has what it takes to be a champion, I would say. This has been a very consistent set of good performances by Synth. No matter what happens here, I firmly believe that she has what it takes. Nice. To maintain that master rank. Although this Yender can be pretty tricky. Let's see what Synth does about this. Definitely a bit of a test for Synth, and a test for anybody, to be honest. Tao's Yenderic is quite underrated. He doesn't use it as often, but definitely a character he knows how to play, especially after some lessons with Oak, who also has a good Yenderic, actually. Ooh, crisscross, making it 3-3. Chop attempt. going for low thrust again. They're actually skidding off the half. They're hitting the axe head, and I think Tao is actually long guarding, which is helping him guard some of these attacks. That is the primary method of guarding with Yendrick as far as auto guard like stuff goes. You want to catch stuff on the top of the axe head, especially stabs, and he will block them. That is actually the method that Russ Mitchell shows to defend against cuts from, say, a saber with the Fokosh. You do not use the haft because your hands are exposed and the haft can get damaged. Maybe it won't be cut through, but it can be damaged over time. Instead, you use the axe head because that actually provides you some clearance to keep your hands safe. And there's a lot of stuff you can do from there. Synth actually dominating this particular matchup. Maybe these Yendrick tricks will not work so well here. Tao might have to switch back to Isabella. But we'll see what he does. Maybe to another character even. He can play Zera as well. Yeah, they're back to the characters that were working for them, so okay, let's see what happens here. Nice low thrust from Sim. She does a great job of setting that up. Chop attempt. Quart through, but there, Venator takes it. Or not Venator, Tao. My bad. Rust. Attempt. Snap cut. Some thrust there. Nice clash of blades there. Low thrust again from Synth. Ooh, hit the arm there. Looked like something you would do, that's why. Yeah, maybe. Just subconsciously I recognized something. It's like, oh, that's Venator. Yeah, that very well could be, because I know your style very well. Just as you know mine very well. Tao trying to box him in here. Looks like it's working, but the stab, wow. Single tempoing that high guard cut. That's a double. Ooh, nice from Tao. Yeah, that thrust comes in so fast, and it's aimed at Isabella's hands, actually. So, it's similar to Zera, where his guard is very good. Not like overpowered or broken or anything like that, but it's really good against stabs. But should the Isabella or Zera move to some angle or try something, those stabs will just immediately home in on the hands. As will cuts that are aimed in that area. Push attempt, but the cancelled thrust there lands. And that's the danger that you can run into with Yon stabs. Oh, ran Tao through there. Sith is doing a great job, just keeping Tao busy with some cuts, exchanging with him a bit, and then in comes the stab. And it's basically impossible to react to. You have to read it to counter it, which may not be as easy of Isabella as, for instance, Bara, who has the LG chop. So very close fight. Yeah, and to some extent, you gotta hope your auto guard is gonna help you out a little bit too. Ideally, you're long guarding those stabs, of course, but it does limit your options. So auto guard, ideally, would, if you're positioning yourself well, is gonna be doing some of that work for stopping those stabs. But it may not always. With Isabella, you can at least rely on it a little bit more, with that guard being forward. Good use of that thrust by Tao. Not able to counter per se, but it was an attempt. Kept sent that bay, and Tao tries to finish it there, getting aggressive, and I think that's what Tao needs here, is to stop playing Synth's game and to find some way to play his game. And I'd say it's working. Oh, hit the weak there. That's how the chop's getting through Isabella's guard. It's hitting the weak of the blade. It comes up pretty high. So there's a, it doesn't always do that, of course, but there is at least a chance that it'll hit the flat of the blade and hit the weak. So I don't think flat versus edge matters in this game, but definitely strong versus weak does. So I think that's what's going on. Back Y there, drawing Tao in. This is like a medieval knight versus a horse archer. Tao really wants to get in there, because although the range between these two is similar, I would say Isabella prefers to be at a bit closer range than Jan, because Jan loves doing these stabs and the longer range cuts. So I think, yeah, Isabella is thriving a little bit better up close than Jan is. Chop attempts going low. Very intense fight down to the wire. Really giving Tao a run for his money. Tao having to go for some snap cuts. Goes for the A cut, which was a nice choice, but not able to close the distance enough to get a kill. There's a snap cut actually by Synth, and again hitting the head a little bit, but the blade took the sting out of that chop, so it is not able to kill. Knife of Lance versus a horse archer. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, why? As Tao gets some blood, and he keeps going. Yeah, that's how you do it.
GG. Yeah, in the end, I realized I need to approach that stab the same way I approached Mata used by Ezekiel.
Mm-hmm.
There is very like small amount of distance from which you can avoid being hit by it and try to either blade beat it or maybe even hit immediately to punish it. Yeah, very narrow space to punish it, but if you manage to blade beat from further away, Easy has some options because Jan gets that block stun. Well, it's blade beat technically, but his blade doesn't go down. He kind of presses it to his body,
Mm-hmm.
but and still blocks, by the way, if you just follow his YYs. But if you get close enough, you can bypass that as well. GG,
All
well
right.
played.
So I gave.
That Jan's
Mm-hmm.
defense is like facing, well, not a wall of pikes. I need to find some other comparison, but something similar, like a shield formation with spears.
Yeah, I was thinking a horse archer versus a medieval knight, and you're the medieval knight just trying to close the distance while the horse archers are harassing you.
Okay, so are we switching to your host now?
Yeah, yeah, and it's all good, Synth. You were playing. I think that's how you really should play Yon, is at the highest level, is take advantage of that range, and you're doing just that. So you're not doing anything
Yeah,
wrong or
yeah.
immoral or anything like that. You're doing a great job.
Well, actually, this is like one of the best things you can do when you're playing with delay using Yan.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this keeps easy at bay. Uh, I also had those issues with my controller, or can again speak about keyboard master race, but 2 or 3 times I dashed unintentionally because of these intense footsies. Like I press back and forward too fast a
Hmm.
few times, and game recognizes this as a dash attempt. So these preemptive thrusts, they first set the distance of engagement, and second, they may just interrupt whatever I'm going in with because of
Hmm.
how fast they are. And you can always recover into back Y. So that was simplistic yet very effective approach. So
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with it.
Okay, Vena goes with Laszlo. I believe the red boots, so gotta watch out.
Oh yeah, I need to the stream to watch it. Oh, Vena is using Laszlo. Interesting. I was expecting Jan or Alex, to be honest. Okay, at least I can use this Oaken Streak to get closer to life using double speed. And also, by the way, because Osami beat my Yandrik, I'll tell the thing here on the stream as well, for those who are not aware, because even though I played a lot of Yandrik, I was totally
Hmm.
unaware of this. So, Yandrik actually has auto guard. For a long time, I thought that he has none, and when he blocked, I was just accounting, oh, just a lucky position. He just hit his axe, so it's a block. But actually, Yandrik has auto guard, and yeah, it's weaker than many auto guards. Still, weaker than Maurice even. Like snap cuts can go through it, some sidestep cuts can go through it, but many neutral cuts it stops. But obviously, because those cuts touch his axe, he tries to switch stances. He goes from like right leg forward to left leg forward and so forth. But you can cancel that animation of leg switch if you attack as soon as your axe gets hit. So that's what I was doing in the first games versus Oak 2, versus Jesus. I was waiting for an attack, always like obviously keeping the distance, trying to avoid more dangerous cuts from my Yandrik. Was waiting for normal cut my X so I can riposte immediately. And X bypasses many auto guards, so it's efficient if your spacing is just right. And when Usami was using obviously a lot of thrusts that just bypass this trick anyway, and started using some cuts like chop from longer distance. So even if I attack from this position, I can't use my faster chops for obvious reason because they won't reach. And longer ones are slow, so Usami would recover and throw something else. But anyways, for anyone willing to main Yandrik, use it to your advantage. If they touch your axe, they beat it a little, immediately counterattack to cancel that bad animation. And yeah, credits, as I said, to Oak. He told me about this. Okay, so apparently Vaneta was considering playing Marina. At least considering, and that's good enough for me. I offered him to play Marina, but he still goes with Sam for this one. Oh, snapcut, yeah. Right foot forward, snapcut for easy. Locks her in, obviously. and then recovery is longer than from just Y snap because of left. So far, Venator is doing pretty good. Oh, that went right into Sam's mouth. Delayed blade beat. Oh, okay, I'll have to go AFK for 1 minute. My cat is asking for food.
Alright, down to the last round. Good round so far. Glad Venator's doing okay.
I'm back. Also, you won with easy.
Yeah. That I did.
Maybe you will mirror easy now. Let's see.
Oh, I kind of hoped so, but that's fine.
Oh yeah. Oh, Jera. Okay. Okay, let's go. Actually, I think Jera could be used very well by Venator as well, because when you initially start using Jera on a more defensive way, when you use preemptive attacks, try to distant trap your opponents, it becomes more effective than if you just rush in right from the get-go, and then using his explosive dashes to surprise your opponent, to betray their expectations in between your defensive plays. That makes these Russians more unexpected, more useful. But Subu's easy is really good too, so let's watch this. Oh. Counter thrust right into Zora's belly, wow. And a standing thrust. Interruption. Oh, yeah. Got a thrust combo by Zora here. Well done.
Oh, GG.
That was a bit of a spoiler, but okay.
Yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting you're delayed.
No, that's fine. Oh yeah, that thrust in the head, I see. Yep. Vanitas Jara is really scary.
Alright. Alright, we'll migrate to your host, I think, Tao. I don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take the left to start off.
Let's go. Parsec is up and running.
Yeah, thanks. Likewise, Venator. Can't seem to connect yet. Hang on.
One moment, I'll restart it if you want. Okay,
Daisy
restart
chaining
it.
disabled. Okay.
Maybe you were trying to connect while someone was still connected to your parsec.
Oh, yeah. There we are.
Okay, anyways, now you should be able to. Okay.
stressful.
Oh, GG.
Yeah,
He
that
has
was
a
great
out
though.
of stamina kill was very hilarious.
What a clutch flag for Yendrick. Yeah, that that could have won Tao the game for sure. That was close. No way. Okay, yeah, you deserve it, but that was crazy. Like, what made you tired there, though? That was really weird. It's like you were limping.
Oh, GG.
GG.
This attack's going through to God.
It sometimes does. They're very good at hitting each other's hand. Yeah. Especially when you're out of
Anyways,
stamina.
yep,
Oof.
GG's. I tried my Yandruk versus everyone I wanted to. I
Yeah.
hope I maybe inspired someone to pick him as a main.
Yeah, you did great with Yendrick. That was very stressful too, like I have to say. Like, because when you got that clutch flag, when I thought for sure you were dead, because went in with all of those cuts. And then it's just that last flag. You feel impending doom when you're fighting Yendrick. the whole
Yeah,
time.
yeah, I
So
get it.
it's
Because again, you can't be sure whether your attack will land or not, or maybe he
Mhm.
just actively parries it. So yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you got a rematch versus Veneta.
Yeah. So join up, Venator. Yeah, still a hill to climb. It's by no means over.
Okay, we're in the stream.
All right,
I want
Venator's
to watch
here.
it as well.
Man, I had such a mentally draining fight, and not in a bad way. But it's like now I have to fight Venator.
Well, that's what usually happens in the end
Yeah.
of double eliminations. You
Oh wait,
have first you fought throughout all
hang
the
on.
tourney, right?
Yeah.
And then, um, especially if someone is coming from a loser's bracket, you have to fight a bunch of fights in a row, and usually it's someone who gives you a lot of trouble too. So yeah, that's understandable.
Gideon for Venator.
All right.
Let's see it.
I was offering him to fight the Girivira, but he said no. And then he picks Gideon. Oh, and actually, it's like combat fighting. Both of these guys are from Marina's gang.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go AFK again. We'll be back soon. Enjoy the show, guys.
Alright, nice round. Both playing some games here. I don't know. Alright, this should be interesting. GG. Was a bit worried about that matchup, but played out well. Here we go. Back to Zera. Be a tough one.
Sorry, Subun. I'll have to bail early.
Alright.
So I wish both of you luck.
Yeah.
Have a good fight.
Thank you.
And everyone, hope you enjoy that great final of two masters of our community.
that's the first match done. But there is one more. Well, alright. It's the other character he was playing, so it makes some sense. Stop that. Oh shit. Would have had more impact if I killed him after that, but that's okay. Oh no. Okay, I didn't choke that. Great fight though, that's a nice round as well. Yeah, I was beating his long guard, and it's not the only move I'm using. Yeah, focus on the fight, Venator. Yeah, don't worry about it. That is something worthy of discussion, though, is there's these situations where it seems like it is better to YY to finish off the opponent, where maybe a YX combo would, I don't know, feel nicer. Like, I don't know. It's just, I wish that was a more viable thing. It's a very novel thing when somebody like Stuntman does YX. I don't know. There's situations where I think YX should be the follow-up. It's the follow-up that comes to mind as a Saber user, but I just think it makes more biomechanical sense. I don't know. But GG, Venator. Those were a great set of fights there. But yeah, in the case of Laszlo, like he was using a lot of long guard, so I was trying to deliberately beat the blade and just get in there, and that neutral Y is a good way to do that. But still, great tournament, guys. Some excellent fights there. Glad to see Paladin turning it up with Zera. Just had a tough opponent there in Tau and 3C, but still did a fantastic job. So we got to give Paladin a shout out. Synth as well. Synth did fantastic. Although she did get fourth, that is still a respectable performance, especially with such veterans that she had to fight going into the semifinals and the finals. Tau got third, Venator second, well deserved, and did fantastic throughout the tournament. And yeah, there were some great fights. Glad to see some new faces and many of the veterans as well as just the regulars in the server. And thank you. Yeah, I've been pulling out Isabella more and more lately. I think it's been working well. So I'm gonna keep at it. Love using that stab as a counter too. I don't like throwing it naked most of the time. I like using it to catch the opponent's blade and stab the face. So it's just really satisfying used that way. So that was one of my secrets there beyond the usual moves. But yeah, it was great. GG's everyone, and I'll see you next time. Won't keep you any longer as this ran a little bit longer than I expected. But still, fantastic tournament. Was well worth hosting.